Let's go live. All right. Here. We're alive. Oh, I probably shouldn't show my Twitter. There we go. Bad. I don't think there's anything of note on there anyways. Hello, everyone. It's your friend Rosin. Spur of the moment, I've decided to create a top 100 video games of all time list because this is a thing that has been going on in the abnormal mapping server, and I was like, I should do this. But then I thought about it, and I was like, you know what would be better is if I did this while drinking, and I forced my friends Mel and Red to be my sounding board as I did this process. Hi, Mel and Red.
Yo.
Okay, so I thought the easiest way to get this started. Also, everyone in the chat, let me know how everything sounds. Everything should be good, I think. I double, triple checked. Oh, I should be playing background music, actually. That's what I should be doing. Here we go. Let's get that into free going. Dragon's Dogma, not appearing on this list because I have not beaten it yet.
You can put it on.
Well,
You know in your heart.
I know it's probably gonna wind up on there, but I feel like if I want to be honest with myself, I need to beat it first.
Did
Maybe
you beat Skyrim?
yeah. It's embarrassing to admit, I know. But
No,
you know,
I did not beat Skyrim, but I count myself as having played it.
restarted the most in my life. And that is a long list of games. Too many times. Too many times. So what I thought would be best is if I took this list of 25 games I recently decided for this grid that everyone was making to just start this off, and we already got 1/4 of the list done. Now,
You're cheating.
you're cheating. I did my homework
What?
early. I like how I said you're cheating as if you're also making a list, which is
I'm
an
not
assumption. Which is an assumption I should not be making.
Now we can
Imagine having played 100 video games.
I know, it's a hell on this planet Earth, isn't it? So background music could go down a notch. Okay. Let's
I'm ignorant of the chat.
you know, that's how it goes. So, now there's a lot of things I need to decide right off the bat. One of them being, how much do I care about, like, diversity of series pick versus, or genre pick for that matter, versus just putting a bunch of shit I really like on here. Because when I created this 25 grid, like, I could have put more than just Dark Souls on here if I really wanted to, probably, but I didn't. I just put Dark Souls. But for 100, Elden Ring might be on there too. Speaking of games I haven't beaten, that one I'm close enough to the end. I feel good.
We should allow for more than one entry in a franchise on the list, if only so that I can call Elden Ring mid.
Damn. Well, I haven't beaten it yet, but I have a sneaking suspicion, considering the fact I'm like 92% of the way done. You know, very scientifically arrived at number. I'm gonna say Elden Ring is the 8th greatest video game ever made. We'll see what goes. This is all subject to change.
It's not even the 8th best From Software game I've played.
Damn.
I have no
That's
opinion
not
on
true.
Souls.
That's not true.
Well, you know what though? Fucking. See, let's do the first one on the grid. Armored Core 4 Answer is absolutely the 7th best video game ever made.
Precisely 7th.
Precisely 7th. It's my favorite Armored Core. I don't see this changing. I like 6 a lot, but it's no 4 Answer.
Why not 1 through 6?
Um,
It has to be 7th place.
because it's better than Elden Ring, and I arbitrarily decided that Elden Ring is 8. But I feel like it's not top 5 material. It could be 6. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Could be any.
Majora's Mask is easily in the top 5, so I'm gonna put it at 5. That's just like a certified Rosin childhood classic. Red, were you gonna say something? Or Mel? One of you
No.
was gonna say something, I thought.
No. I was, Go ahead.
I see. Is Digital Devil Saga 2 better than Elden Ring? Is the question.
Yes.
I haven't played it, and I
haven't played it, but yes.
I haven't played either.
I don't know. Oof.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Elden Ring's a 3-star game.
Oh, no, I think Elden Ring's my favorite of the Souls-likes.
Wouldn't be me.
The world is just a treasure box of joy, and I know people don't like the repetition of it towards the end, but like all the way up to the end of it, I was just like, yo, there's just a giant blizzard dragon that shows up in the middle of the fucking nowhere up in the boonies, and you got to deal with it, and I was just having a great time. I'm gonna put Digital Devil Saga 2 at 9 for now. Some people might be asking why 2 over 1, and the answer is simply I think 1 actually is maybe a little bit stronger of a game in the like JRPG game design sense. But when I think back on Digital Devil Saga, like as an experience in my life, I think about all the cool story stuff that happens in 2. So at this point in my life, I think I have to say 2 is just my pick between 1 and 2.
We will allow it.
Wizardry Proving Ground of the Mad Overlord.
That's
Is
a
that
game
the first
like
one?
this.
Yeah.
Is it your favorite wizardry?
Like, so here's the thing. Probably not if I revisited them. So here's the actual problem. I've beaten like 1, 8, and like some of the spin-offs, but I played a lot of the random games here and there when I was just a dumb kid downloading shit off of random abandonware sites. And I have a feeling I would like 5, 6, or 7 a lot if I really got into it as an adult. But that's not what I've done. What I've done is I've downloaded ROMs for like the collection of the first 3 games on PS1 or Super Nintendo, and then have played them. So that's kind of what my adult wizardry stance is, which is a weird, out of context thing to say. But I think we can put wizardry somewhere in the top 50. I'm going to put it at 33.
Wow. This is science.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, is once I get these broad... I'm an outline person, so when I get these broad, random things in place...
You were going to narrow it down.
Yeah. I also like how I decided this was 33 despite it being on my top 25 games list that I'm using to base this off of. I don't know how that happened, but, you know. Oh god, also I just realized my webcam is bright as shit. Let me turn this down a little bit. We'll see how well this will work. I don't know how to edit this off the top of my head in OBS because it's been a minute. Let's see, properties, configure video. Let's turn that brightness down just a smidge. There we go.
Which Shin Megami Tensei is that on that list?
1. Game I've played an irresponsible amount of times. I'm gonna put that at 25, actually.
Okay.
I like that game a lot. I have a lot of weird attachment to it I probably otherwise wouldn't because of that Let's Play I did. But even then, I actually just think SMT1 is still in some ways like a flagship entry in the series in terms of like, you go from pre-apocalypse, shit hits the fan, there's a time jump to the post-apocalypse, and it actually just feels like an epic in ways that I actually don't think a lot of contemporary SNES RPGs even do. I say as the guy who hasn't played FF6 yet, which kind of does a similar thing, but, you know.
I need to finish that eventually.
It is bizarre I have not ever completed Final Fantasy VI. I don't know how that's happened to me.
I need to motivate myself to play it. I feel like I'm not as high on FF6 as I expected to be. But I don't know how much.
You did play Suikoden 2.
I did play Suikoden 2 and Xenogears.
Like in the middle of it.
This song is a bop. What is it? Oh, this is from Mega Man 03. Okay. I thought I recognized it.
Someone in the chat has finally realized this is secretly Ultra Q's first VoIP life.
True. Is Shadow of the Colossus gonna be on this? Probably. You know what? Let's put that, like, fucking... I'd put Shadow of the Colossus... That's a 58.
A 58.
I don't know. It's like...
Is it on your top 25?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. You just plucked it
If
out
it
of
is,
there.
I lied to myself.
Okay. That's fair then.
There's a bizarre way to make a list.
Listen, I'm a bizarre person.
Do I speak?
Devil May Cry 4. So, people might be asking,
Where is this gone?
why 4? And the answer is, 4 is great.
4 was the first one I beat. I also noticed a lot of the combo sickos prefer
See,
at least compared to 5.
that's me.
Like 5, I think is, from my understanding, a better overall package game, but like 4 has more tech.
So that's my thing. 4 is partially unintentionally an incredibly fascinating action game. They also made Dante's moveset weird as shit compared to 3 and 5. It does suck ass that, like, the second half of that game is just you go through the levels backwards as Dante, and it's very obvious the enemies were mostly designed with Nero in mind, and, like, Dante doesn't really feel like he fits into the game very well. But Devil May Cry 4, easily the Devil May Cry I have the most, like, amount of hours in. There was just a period of my life where I would just play Bloody Palace in 4. Never got really great at all of the weird Dante shit you can do. There is a video that I think is no longer on the internet, sadly, but there was, at one time, a video of someone fighting every boss in that game as Dante without touching the ground. And it was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. And also all the combo videos and stuff. I'm going to put Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition at 15.
That reminds me.
Are you typing in the word special edition?
Yes. This is very important.
That reminds me of my friend Kayam does like challenge runs. Are like, I'm gonna fight this Kingdom Hearts boss without touching the control stick.
Oh no, my phone. Oh hey, actually, this is another opportunity for me to ask. If anyone in the chat has any experience with D-brand phone cases, let me know, because I'm using this OtterBox for my phone right now, and I'm not feeling it. And I want to know if D-brand is good, because they have a case that I like the look of, and I would like opinions on phone cases. Yeah, Donguri is amazing. Same with there's a few Devil May Cry sicko channels I'm subscribed to. Chaser Tech, classic.
Chaser Tech's good. I wanna. I never put much time into DMC, but I like to put more time into action games like that.
The greatest Devil May Cry 4 combo video ever is a combo video called Devil May Cry 4 Next Stage. It will change your life. It is the most, like, 2000s thing ever made. I love it.
You wanted phone case opinions?
Yes.
Just go raw.
No,
case.
I drop my phone. People keep telling me this. I'm bad and drop my phone all the time.
Don't.
That's hard.
Just fix
it. I got this phone because I dropped my old phone on rocks.
Skill issue.
I technically should put a case / screen protector on my phone, but also it's gotten scratched enough where I'm like, well,
it's character.
Really will do.
You know, this is weird, but this is actually an extremely rosin thing to have happen. The reason I got this phone, so like I said, I dropped my old phone on rocks. I did that at the fucking place where the Twin Peaks waterfall was filmed. It is a very rosin story. Shout outs to Snoqualmie Falls. Beautiful little place.
You mean the town isn't actually called Twin Peaks in real life? What the fuck?
Do you want to know the worst? Did I tell you about the voyage me and my friend went on to find the goddamn sign?
No.
So, I wanted a photo at the, like, Welcome to Twin Peaks sign or whatever. And what I didn't know is that it was actually like from like I want to say like 2005 on, they had removed the sign, but then they put it back when the return started. And I don't know when, but at some point they took it down again without like telling anyone. And the only reason I found this out was because we spent like 40 minutes fucking looking for it. And then I finally found like one Reddit comment that was like, "Oh, they must have taken it down because it's not there anymore." And I was like, "Oh, fucking wonderful." So that was depressing. But you know.
The sign's just in the red room now. It's fine.
True. I'll see it again in 25 years. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. This is a certified... Okay, this is better than Elden Ring. Yeah.
The funny thing is that I feel like this is like the one Marvel game I have not played against.
Better than Elden Ring? Many such cases.
Elden Ring... Here, I'm doing this. I'm just typing Elden Ring a second time and then replacing with Ultimate Marvel versus Capcom 3. This is my favorite fighting game of all time.
I'm enjoying Red's role as like the Elden Ring hater.
I had a perfectly fun time with that game. I am a hater though.
Damn.
3-star game.
Damn. Out of how many stars?
5.
Oh, damn.
It is a 6 out of 10.
Damn. Couldn't be me. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is definitely the fighting game I've spent the most time of my life in. I know when I stopped playing the PS3 version back in the day, I think my hour count in training mode alone was like 250 hours. Yeah, I just had a great time with it. I still turn this back on just every now and again and play some rounds. I'm going fucking Frosty Faustines in 2 months actually now, and I'm gonna compete in the Marvel tourney there, so looking forward to it. It'll be a good time.
Good luck.
Thank you. Oh, you know what also is better than Elden Ring? Fucking Mobile Suit Gundam Extreme versus Maxi Boost On.
I've never played this game, but I'll tell you what, you're right. It's better than Elden Ring.
I've played well over 200 hours of my life in this game as well.
I need to play this
I love
game
you
more.
I love you got halfway through the word wasted and had to change your mind.
Here's the thing. I associate this game with COVID times of me and all of my friends on Discord, and then everyone's having a conversation, and then that suddenly gets interrupted by either me or my friend Mark going, "My burst is ready, my burst is ready," and then scrambling as we try to beat people that are really good at this game. And you know what? I would say, in terms of the Western Mban scene, I'm pretty alright, I think. I don't know.
Who's your main?
It depends on what my partner is playing, because I'm a little flexible. The thing with Mbans is that the suits are actually so basic, most people have like at least a handful of mains, but mine would be for 3K Double X, or for 2K, I like Crossbone X2 a lot. Those are my two.
Yep. I haven't really played enough to get a main. There's too many guys.
I'm gonna be very excited when Extreme Versus 2 in whatever iteration comes out, but I'm also gonna be sad because I think the suits that are broken in that game are much more boring suits to be broken than Mban, which was Reborn's City.
I would have liked to have learned to Reborns just because I have.
If you like
Fallen
Carpal Tunnel, you'll love Reborns.
I love Carpal Tunnel.
I think Ribbons Allmark is a funny guy.
He's a funny man. I need to get back to that fucking 00 Season 2 watch I was doing. I keep dropping my phone. I'm gonna put that in my pouch. I'm wearing my Street Fighter 2 hoodie, by the way. It has the burning guy on it.
Actually, I'm pretty sure the Human Torch is Marvel versus Capcom, not Future Youth.
You've only seen the original series in Zeta. Let me tell you about a little series called Double Zeta. It's a good time. You should watch it.
It's all training for victory.
Victory's a good time.
Not for the people in it though.
I don't know. Let's see.
Harry's having a great time.
Barbatos for like every version of
the-
Barbados is really fucking fun in that game.
Not get turned into a thing by Saw Mutual do the misread of Char's counterattack with when talking about a Kirby game of all things. I'm like, oh no, that irritated me.
I don't know why, but for some reason, when it being Kirby, that makes it like way funnier for some reason.
It's because apparently like Revenge of Midnight is just explicitly a Char's counterattack reference.
Is
What?
it?
I think it's called Midnight's counterattack in Japan.
Oh, I mean, so here's the thing though. People don't realize this. That is like Godzilla Raids Again and Char's Counterattack. While they were translated different in English, those are the same title. Like that is, it's just like using Strikes Back here in like the States. Like it's kind of just a general term for movies.
Yeah.
Present.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the dead center of your 25.
Yeah.
Where is Dark Souls going?
That's somewhere in the top 20. I'd put that at 15. Dark Souls. Okay, here's the thing about Dark Souls. Dark Souls came out, if I'm remembering this right, Dark Souls came out my senior year of high school, where because I signed up. We had this thing where you could sign up to take classes at a like local college, and if you did that, you got to leave at lunch every day. And what this was intended for was for you to start taking like 2 or 3 of your college classes early, and you'd basically be able to like, you know, skip a semester of school or whatever. I decided I was just gonna take one each semester, so I basically just got to leave school early, like by half of a day, and then go to like a night class. Either the Super Robot Wars version of Encounters is playing right now, so that's gonna I'm not making money on this video. But I associate Dark Souls with coming home at lunch and going like, oh, I'm gonna fucking get through Blighttown today. It was an amazing year of my life.
I recently found out because there was a video about the original version, like 1.0 of Dark Souls or something. And they were talking about how they were saying I was watching that thinking I probably didn't play like a version that old. I probably played like one of the updates, like the Born to Die or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then they mentioned, yeah, and then in a later version they patched out the fact that curses could stack, and I was like, they patched that out? Cowards.
Yeah, I remember just enough of the I remember when like they had that ring that was ridiculous where you could like flip around and shit, but you could combine that with like really heavy armor. Like it was a bad time. The PvP in the early versions of Dark Souls, I remember being a wasteland of pain and suffering, and it was kind of fun in its own way. And then yeah, they started patching it and all that. I'm gonna say Dark Souls is 15 for now. That might go up or down. Final Fantasy IX.
With every game added, Elden Ring continues to hurt me. This is the joy of this list.
Nice. Elden Ring might stay at this 10. We'll see. Final Fantasy IX. You know what? We're bumping Majora's Mask down to No, Final Fantasy IX's at 4. This is my favorite of the Final Fantasies.
It's one I still need to play.
Oh, it's a great time. I just love this game. I love the cast. I love the setting. I love the music. I know some people say compared to the games that came before and after, it's a little slow paced in terms of the actual battle system. I don't mind that at all. I think it's a very relaxing time. And I love playing Final Fantasy IX. And also just some beautiful pre-rendered backgrounds in that game. I love the cast so goddamn much. Just a fun game.
When's that game account out?
When's what coming out?
The remake. The NVIDIA
Yeah.
said.
I don't know.
30 years.
I want info on when that is because I want to know what it is because I'm like, which version of FF9 will I play?
You know a weird thing that I've thought about a lot? So, like, okay, I'm not going to say anything about this, really, but there is someone who I know definitely would have this type of knowledge who told me, I want to say it was the same E3 that Final Fantasy VII Remake was announced, like the very first original trailer, said something like, oh yeah, like, I've heard that they're also going to remake 6 like that as well. Maybe not with the same budget, but they want to do something like that too for 6, and I was like, huh. And I always waited for that to get announced, and then it never happened. So that person might have just been told the wrong thing, but I always, like, there was a solid stretch of years there where I was like, are they going to announce that? Never happened. So, fuck, what was I on?
They should remake Xenogears.
I hope they do a thing for that at some point. It would make sense for them to as well.
They gotta make Perfect Works real.
Yes.
And then they accidentally make Xenosaga.
It would be extremely funny if they decided to make Perfect Works real, but they didn't, like, get the original guy back on.
Is it Nintendo?
Yeah, like they were just like, we're gonna do it without him.
Hey, we went back and did episode 1 from Perfect Works' game. Wait a minute, this is just Xenosaga. What the fuck?
Mother 3. So, I've actually been meaning to play this game again, but
I feel like I should replay this at some point. I played it in 2009.
So I'm going to put it here for now, but for a substantial portion of my life since I've played it, I've considered it my favorite game ever. I like Mother 3 a lot. There is also a lot of, like, my love of Earthbound and Mother 3 are hard for me to separate from me being, like, 15 and jumping on the internet and becoming friends with internet people for the first time.
That's kind of true for me, because, like, my first, like, group of internet friends was, like, an Earthbound group of people.
Oh, this is weird. Mel, we may have crossed over at some point in the past.
Really? Okay.
Mel, did you go on a weird, hyper-specific Earthbound fan forum that existed because Game FAQ's mods were bad and Starman.net was full of assholes?
No, I was on Starman.net, though.
Oh, okay, never mind. So, this is fun.
Which thing were you talking about?
I'm not going to say the name because it's well and buried in the past that the admin was a piece of shit that argument could be made may or may not groomed me and a few other people, but
the funny thing is that, like, since I was on Starman.net, I had, like, familiarity of Toby Fox before he became
same. Oh my god, Mel, you understand the thing that I've been trying to tell people. I was there when the Halloween hack dropped. I was there for the. Did you ever read Toby Fox's Let's Play thread?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
I don't remember a lot because I don't think I, like, paid much attention. I just knew, like, you know, Radiation was, like, a notable person on the forum, and then at some point, oh wait, he's doing music for Homestuck. Oh wait, Undertale exists. Was the chain of events.
Yeah, okay, Mel, this is so weird. I'm so happy because I know a handful of people I can relate to with this in my life, and I did not realize you were one of them. When Undertale blew up, I was like, I can't fucking believe that the guy who made the screenshot Let's Play of Earthbound, where he, like, rewrote substantial, like, chunks of the game to, like, give everyone alternate characterizations that were, like, funnier, made one of the biggest indie games of all time. It was really fucking weird.
I maybe saw that. I also remember Starman.net had, like, a radio retelling of Earthbound.
You mean Fabi's Arborange?
Yes, Fabi's Arborange.
I was an avid Fabi's Arborange listener.
Blades are not Christmas.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh no, Mel. I hate. Oh no, you're bringing it back. You're bringing it back. Yeah. Anyways. Do you remember Falcon 24, the Starman.net mod?
I remember the name.
Okay.
I don't remember the person. It's been, like, too long. Like, it's
so. This is so fucking funny. So
the more you say it, I'll probably remember more. It's one of those things where it's like,
he was a guy in his late 20s who was allegedly a lawyer, and also a moderator on Starman.net, and looking back, maybe had a little bit of a weird power trip thing going on with being a forum moderator. Many such cases. Basically, there was like an Earthbound Mother 3 community on the Game FAQ's message boards that basically existed because it was people that thought, like, a few of the Starman.net mods were just kind of assholes, and looking back, some of that was probably hyperbolic, but also I do remember that guy is a little weird. I don't know. Forum culture was a weird thing. Mods go on weird power trips sometimes, but we basically existed as like a we don't like Starman.net forum culture necessarily. I remember one big thing was that Starman.net did not have like a like welcome forum or like welcome thread thing, and their rule was like nobody cares that you're new here sort of thing. And I remember we were like, well, that's just mean. So Game FAQs kind of became our weird little spot to hang out, but then the Game FAQs mods got weird because they're like, you guys need to stay on topic and just talk about the video game. So someone, who I'm not going to name, made his own forum, and a bunch of us regulars jumped ship, and we became this weird, like, niche, fuck the other Earthbound communities fan forum that was, like, kind of around for a little bit and people knew about. Used to be linked on the sidebar of Earthbound Central, if that site still even fucking exists. Has long since gone defunct, and it went defunct because I had a falling out with the moderator about 9 years ago, where we yelled at each other until 2 a.m. in a Skype call while crying. So yeah. That's that's some deep Earthbound fandom lore for everyone.
If you keep putting Elden Ring high, that's what will happen in this spot.
That's what this goal's gonna be.
So yeah, that's why Mother 3 is my favorite game of all time.
In summary, TLDR.
Earthbound is going to be my number 2.
Yeah.
Earthbound, this is even more fun. Earthbound is probably the video game I've played the most in my life because it was the game I became weirdly obsessive about when I was like a young teenager and couldn't deal with the fact that there was a divorce happening. So yeah. Woo! Fun memories here in my favorite video games list.
Not actually nice, but you know.
Yeah. Tactics Ogre.
I need to play this back.
Yeah, you fucking do.
Last year I played FFT and I played Vagrant Story, and now I'm like, there are 2 paths before me. One is to go back to Tactics Ogre, and the other is go forward FF12.
I think,
and I'll do both at some point. But like, I'm probably more interested in Tactics Ogre, just so you know.
Here's the thing, though. I know you. I know where you come from.
Do you?
Well, like, emotionally, or like, in terms of how you consume media.
I just wanted to see how you take that.
It's fine. Listen, I'm making my way through this drink. I think you should go back to Ogre Battle before you do Tactics Ogre.
Before?
Yeah, it came out before.
I mean, yeah, but also
Tactics Ogre is the sequel. It has characters from Ogre Battle in it.
I guess I did play Xenogears first, even though it is episode 5.
Tactics Ogre is better than Dark Souls. You know what, yeah, Elden Ring's going off. You know what? Oh god, is Tactics Ogre in my top? You know what? Tactics Ogre is in 6. Yeah, there's no way Elden Ring's getting to 10 now.
Love to see it.
It's I just need to play more strategy games in general.
They're a fun time, except when they're not.
My gateway was Disgaea, which is funny because the degree to which strategy plays in that is probably questionable. Strategy is number go big.
Yeah, no.
Like Disgaea, though.
Tactics Ogre Righty is an incredible Mako, and the thing I always think about is you start Tactics Ogre and you play a little bit, and then you get hit with Chapter 1, There is Blood on My Hands, How Long Until It Stains My Heart, which I hope one day I write something that good in my life.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a good time.
I think I can't think of any games that are like Ogre Battle.
No, it's very unique.
I think the closest thing I think of is like I know that on the Siren there's like the duology Dragon Force, which seems adjacent enough, but I don't know if it's the same thing.
I've honestly been kind of well. I mean, fucking Unicorn Overlord or whatever the fuck they're making now is weirdly going to be the follow up to this, which I'm curious how that turns out.
Oh yeah, Vanillaware.
Yeah. I bought this. I pre-ordered the special edition of that game because they made a fucking card game to go with it, and I was like, that is so fun and unique, and frankly embarrassing for every other collector's edition out there. Just it comes with the second game. It's like a physical one. It's not even the same medium. That's amazing. What game are we talking about again? Oh, well, no, I meant the next one. Sorry, I meant the next one. Metal Gear Solid 2 HD Edition.
So does it mean it doesn't have the pressure-sensitive buttons?
No, on PS3 it does. That's how I played Metal Gear Solid games for the first time.
I'm curious how the new release handles that.
It does the Xbox 360 port thing, where they just remap some of the button stuff.
Okay.
My hot take is I actually don't think the pressure sensitivity was that great in those games.
I mean, I don't think that should be a hot take. I feel like that should be
very annoying.
Do you know what other game has pressure sensitivity?
Ace Combat.
PS2.
Really? Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I was gonna say the Bouncer.
Oh shit! I have a copy of that.
You do heavy or light attacks depending on how hard you hit the face button.
Just like Street Fighter 1.
So many different combos depend on how hard you hit the buttons. Which is why why I need to figure out how to get pressure sensitivity for PS2 emulation so I can play the Bouncer as intended.
In the PS2 Ace Combats, if you hold R1 down harder, you go faster.
How does that work for the PS4 re-release of 5 then, I wonder? What they do?
I think they change it.
Okay.
I think they probably put it on the triggers.
That game, by the way... Red, you have a PS5, right?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Huge waste of money, but yes.
Do you have that version of Ace Combat 5 on, like, digitally?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen how that, like, displays on the PS5 front end? It's really weird and, like, wrong. Because it's technically part of, like, Ace Combat 7 or whatever.
No, I've only seen it on the PS4.
It displays really weird on PS5, if I'm remembering it right. Oh, that fucking... this banger Halo Wars song is playing. Shoutouts to Insignificantia. Incredible song. You know what should... No, you know what? Halo Wars is not going to be on my top 100. That's a good game, though.
I can't believe you were about to say that.
Listen, I had a good time.
I'm sat over here poking at like my top 10 and thinking is Age of Empires 2 the greatest game ever made? And you're like, yeah, I think Halo Wars is in the top 100 video games.
Listen, you definitely have much more RTS expertise than I do.
I would not call it expertise, but I did play a lot of it as a kid.
Move Elden Ring down for the Bouncer. I've unfortunately not really touched the Bouncer.
Alright, co-op, let's play.
Wait, does that game have co-op?
I don't know.
Oh fuck, Metal Gear Solid 2. You know what? Metal Gear Solid 2 is better. It's not better than Tactics Ogre, but certainly better than Armored Core 4 Answer. Well, here we go. Elden Ring is down number 11.
I played MGS1 for the first time last year. And I feel weird about it, because, I liked it and the cool moments were cool, but there was also a lot of the game where I was really frustrated and was like, why? Why are you...
My hot take is that Metal Gear Solid 1 maybe starts to suffer from a decline in quality the longer it goes on, and I feel like a lot of people give it a lot of passes for things that I don't actually think are very great decisions.
I do think there's a degree to it. I'm like, oh, and you do adventure game stuff. Oh, there's quote unquote immersive simness to the lowest degree. I guess it's just simness. The way different things interact with things.
Metal Gear Solid 1 has a reverse difficulty curve in a way that bothers me. Like,
I mean, I also spent like an hour on Metal Gear Rex, not knowing what to do, and then I found a way to cheese it, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
I don't know.
Which is really funny. I was like, "This is the most frustrating thing I ever did," and then I found out, "Oh, you can just stand behind it, and then just fine. You just fine."
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah, or stand behind it, like stand like behind it and under it, kind of thing, and you can just cheese it.
I see. I actually never knew this. Yeah, I'm gonna put Metal Gear Solid 2 at 7. I think that's my favorite Metal Gear game. I like Raiden a lot. His voice actor being a massive piece of shit maybe hinders that a little bit, but you know.
Yeah, I mean,
I like Raiden as a character a lot.
Dante's voice actor is also not
What are you talking about, Mel?
I'm just saying he has some interesting opinions that maybe should not be clarified.
Listen, it was all fun and games when he was out there recording documentaries about aliens, but then you start to extrapolate and think, what types of people make documentaries about aliens? And I think, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2 is probably my favorite Metal Gear. I think my Metal Gear Solid ranking goes 2, then 3, then 5, then Rising, then 1.
Where's Peace Walker?
6. I actually am a Peace Walker defender. I think people are very mean to Peace Walker. I like that game a lot. But also that's because I like collecting and like building the base and having the little guys that go on little missions. That is whenever you have anything like that in a video game, it's basically like a mercenary Chow Garden, but nowhere near as cute or addicting. But it's still really good. I like it a lot.
There's a video essay from a channel I like that like talks about why they really like Peace Walker as sort of like they see it as like a spiritual successor to like VR missions, which is something I still want to go and play.
I played VR missions a long time ago, and I remember having a fun time with it.
It's like, oh, I meant to go back to it after I beat MGS1, and then I just didn't do it yet. So
Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker also has Hot Coldman, who is a very funny man.
That's the least surprising thing I've ever heard about Metal Gear. Like, I know fucking Death Stranding is Die Hardman. What can I be surprised by more?
Romancing Saga Minstrel Song. That's better than Elden Ring.
Okay.
See, you know what's happening, Red? Because of your presence and how you kept focusing on it, now every time I decide where to put something on the list, my mind immediately goes to, now, is this better or worse than Elden Ring?
As it should be. The answer is yes most times.
The problem is that has the adverse effect of meaning that Elden Ring probably has more attention than it deserves in Resmine.
Oh, yeah.
No, it deserves the attention. It was like their biggest game.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot. What is your Saga ranking?
Here's the problem. I need to beat Scarlet Grace, especially before the fucking new one comes out. But aside from that, I would say Romancing Saga Minstrel Song is like the apex of the series in terms of being just a very fun and comprehensive RPG while also having all of the fun and weird quirky saga isms in it. The thing about Minstrel Song is that it is a remake of Romancing Saga 1, but it was also made after the Frontier games and kind of backports some of that stuff into it. And I think as a result, you get kind of like a greatest hits mechanics-wise of the series. And, like, so here's the thing. Saga Frontier was actually a very formative game for me. So was Frontier 2 to a lesser extent, and also, like, Saga 2, like, Final Fantasy Legend 2, whatever you want to call it. Also, really big, important games for me. But when I think of Saga firing on all cylinders, I think of both Scarlet Grace, from what I've played of it, and also Romancing Saga Minstrel Song. Phenomenal game. I recommend it to everyone.
I'm curious about the DS remakes of 2 and 3, especially because
I don't like them.
Oh, no, really?
I like the one for 2, fair enough, but my 3 just feels weird. I don't know.
My impression was that like 2 was kind of a faithful-ish remake, but then 3, because the original 3 was less of a Saga game because Kawazu wasn't there. They tried to add more Saga stuff to the 3 remake.
They do. I just think that 3 as a whole is it didn't work for me, and it kind of made me, when I played it, I was kind of like, I wish they actually just made a new game instead of trying to. Saga 3 it has maybe one of the funniest premises of all time, though, which is that there's a giant faucet in the sky, and it won't turn off, and the world is flooding. Yes.
What?
No, it's incredible. It's so fucking funny.
I wasn't sure which version of the original Saga games I should play, except for I'd probably play the WonderSwan version of 1, but I wasn't sure about 2
I would, this is probably me being a boomer, but I would give maybe the Game Boy version of 2 and 3 a shot. I honestly, I cannot be fairly judging of those games. Like, I played the first 2 a lot as a kid. 3 less so, just because I never found it like in person. I emulated it later. But where does Drakengard rank? That's a good question.
Where does Unlimited Saga rank?
If there was one honorary mention on this list, maybe not. I don't know. Unlimited Saga has more sauce than people give it credit for. It is also one of the. It is a video game for people that would rather be playing a tabletop role-playing game that they found on itch.io.
Yeah, I heard that it's taken that to the nth degree.
It is, for better and for worse. The soundtrack is incredible. I said that with an accent for some reason. And I say that itch.io comparison very pointedly because it feels like a game for people that think way too much about dice math and like board game mechanics. Should be noted, this is a PS2 game that was made well before the indie role-playing game renaissance that we saw in the late 2000s, early 2010s. Weird time.
Square says, Kawazu, can you make a new RPG? And then Kawazu says, yes, I understand the assignment, and submits Dungeons & Dragons handbook in the form of a PS2 disc.
I love that man. He is secretly probably my favorite Square Enix person.
I like how he's just like, I can just keep making this thing forever because I've been here since the 80s and I have the pedigree.
Yeah.
I have a segue.
Yeah.
Mako has ranked Zone of the Enders 2 as their second favorite Metal Gear game.
Yes.
So where I see Zone of the Enders, the second runner, on your list, where's it going?
I would say, so here's, what's funny? I have this thing where Zone of the Enders the second runner, where I was talking with my best friend about it, and I said, yeah, I don't think that game's top 10 for me, but definitely in the top 20. And my friend responded, you say that about a lot of games you play to the point that I think there's more than 10 of them. And I went, shit. Fuck. So every time I think about top 20 games, I think of Zone of the Enders the second runner. But I definitely think it's somewhere in the top 20. You know what? I'm going to put it between Digital Devil Saga 2 and Elden Ring. One of the greatest games, ever.
I gotta play. I have this short list of, maybe a long list actually, of PS2 action games and adjacent. And I'm like, well, I gotta get through them.
I'm specifically gonna put the Mars version because that is shockingly incredible remake of that game. Secretly the greatest VR game of all time. No one would tell you this, but it's secretly the greatest VR game of all time.
The specifying of the versions, I don't want you to feel like this is an insult, but if you want to take it that way, go ahead. The specification of the versions is so backlogged coded.
Listen, I'm a versions guy. Versions matter. I should clarify. Majora's Mask 64. I like the 3D version of that game. I think some of the changes are a little dumb. I think people maybe reacted a little overboard on some of those changes, but I do think the 64 version has better atmosphere.
You have to specify which version of Street Fighter 2.
Street Fighter 2 is not on here.
I know. I figured it wouldn't be.
It'd be super turbo.
Is Alpha 3 on here?
Ooh. I'm gonna put that way down here somewhere. Alpha 3 was a very important game for me when I was getting into fighting games. To like the point where I was looking up combos and like wikis and like SRK forums and stuff. I'm gonna put that at 90. Specifically the the PlayStation 1's classic versions that was released on the old PS3 like PSP storefront. I played a lot of that game with my friends way back. I hate saying way back about PS3 games or PS3 releases of games, but you know. Similarly, I'm gonna put Tactics Ogre So Tactics Ogre has 3 versions. I'm gonna put Reborn. I haven't beaten it, but I can already tell that that's the definitive version of that game. I'm very happy with how that game came out.
Yeah, I've heard that. Like, I heard that each of the versions are pretty different.
They
like,
are
between the original, the PSP version, and then Reborn.
Yes, Reborn is kind of like a best of both worlds in my opinion.
Yeah.
But you can't go wrong with any version of Tactics Ogre. They all are very fun in their own way.
Yeah, have you played Vagrant Story?
Yes. That honestly would probably be on this list. The problem is I have not played it in a very long time, but I like Vagrant Story a lot. I'm going to put that at 69, because fuck it. This is the most ice-cold take you will ever hear in your life. It is just simply the most beautiful PS1 game you could ever possibly play.
It's really bizarre to play, but it is cool. I don't like the final boss just because camera things are really the camera's really bad for that boss in particular. The vibes in the game are immaculate though.
Yeah, it's so good. It's
69.
It's a great time. Where were we on the list? Dark Souls I already have. Transistor. There was a time I would have considered this one of like top 10 games for me. I think it's kind of.
Was it the year 2016?
Maybe.
I've never played a Supergiant game.
Probably the year 2016.
Yeah. It's 2016 opinion.
Yeah.
I would say. We were all like that.
The thing about Transistor though, might be my definitely top 3 video game soundtracks. I love that game soundtracks a lot. I still listen regularly to all those songs. For some reason, one of the first jobs I worked out of college, someone just had Paper Boats from Transistor's soundtrack on the Office playlist, and I appreciated that person a lot. Never found out who, but that was a good. I'm gonna put it at 25.
25.
You know what? Okay, no. I'm gonna actually
least favorite game on that grid.
No, see, because here's the problem. I have Shin Megami Tensei at 30, and I acknowledge that it was stupid for me to put it at 30 when I already have my top 25 decided. I'm gonna bump up Shin Megami Tensei 1. I guess I have to. You know what? I haven't beaten it, but I'm gonna put the PS1 version. It's just the better version of that game. I'm gonna put Transistor at 24. Zone of the Enders is accounted for, Second Runner specifically. The first game is better than people give it credit for, just throwing that out there. It's no Second Runner, though. I need to double check. I may still be the only person on YouTube with a very hard mode playthrough of Zone of the Enders 1. Because when I made it, I was baffled that did not exist. Oh, fuck.
It was certainly the one I watched.
Go Titus Plane, what a banger. Genesis of Aquarian, number 15. No. Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards.
I'll be honest. I'm a big Kirby fan, but like the Dark Matter games are like a blind spot for me in a weird way.
What?
At most I played half of Dreamland 2, and somehow I've just never beat these ones specifically, and I don't know why.
That's
never.
Like,
also, I need to finish Forgotten Lands because
this is wild to me. So for me, Kirby is like, for the longest time in my brain, it's like you only need 5 Kirby games. You need the Dark Matter trilogy, and then Superstar Ultra and Adventure. That's not true. Kirby, you know what? Actually, how the fuck? Okay. I'm making an executive decision. Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards, is getting bumped down to 26. Because I don't know how the fuck I didn't put Kirby Air Ride in my top 25 games list.
I want to play more Air Ride. Air Ride's cool.
Air Ride
I will say that, like,
is a magical experience. I'm putting it at 15.
I really like the 3DS Kirby games. I think they're fantastic.
They're good. I need to beat Robobot. I never beat Robobot.
Robobot is great.
Mecha fan not beating the Mecha Kirby game.
Yeah.
Bad, I know.
I need to finish Forgotten Land. I've been slacking.
I never played that, and I never played the remake. Well, the remake of I never played the remake of Return to Dreamland either.
Well, I didn't either, but I also didn't feel the need to because
it's Return to Dreamland.
Yeah, I never played Return to Dreamland, but like, you know, it just feels like it's an alright game. It's like a return to form ? But then I feel like the 3DS games actually like surpass it. Star Allies is fine.
Kirby's Air Ride, I have many fond memories of playing both that and also Star Fox Assault multiplayer.
It's amazing that no one has really done City Trial again.
City Trial is one of the greatest multiplayer game modes ever. It is a slam dunk for them to do City Trial Battle Royale 100 players. Why would they not do this? It's right there.
Do that.
You should.
Nintendo
Higher Mel.
I wonder if they'd like Kirby Air Ride 99.
Yes, please.
Only available for 1 month. I do wonder if like someone would made a City Trial type game if they'd used like the very hyper specific weird controls of each star.
Where's Live Alive? I haven't beaten it. Tragic. But I do like that game a lot from what I have played. It would probably be on here if I was more familiar with it, I'm going to be honest with you.
What bits have you played?
I was going in order, and I want to say I got like 3 of them in, so like the Caveman...
What is in order?
The chronological of like time period.
Okay.
So it was Caveman, and then the 2 that came after that like I'm blanking on.
Ancient China?
Yes.
Is that
Edo,
is the
Japan?
one next?
You know what? I may have skipped. So I know I did the China one. I know I did the Caveman one. I may have skipped actually for the third. I think I did there's like a Western one, right?
Yes.
Yes, I did the Western one.
Those are good ones.
Yes.
I hear play that game still.
It's good. I heard the remake was very good too. So that is around.
I played it. It was fun. I had a great time.
Let's see. Oh, also, I was gonna bring this up before, but then someone said something. We got off tangent as we do. We're just Drakengard rank. I feel like Drakengard... I don't know if Drakengard makes the list, because the problem is... I think I say that in that Let's Play I do. I have not ever gone back to play Drakengard, and if I ever feel the need to revisit Drakengard, I simply look up the parts I like. I never want to play that game again. I don't think Drakengard is going to cut the list, actually. But it is a very, very fascinating game. And I do like it a lot. Nier Replicant, though, is one of... I'm going to put that at 3, I think.
So how I only played an hour of Replicant, even though I meant to play more of it.
I need to finish the remake. I know that there's a new ending to that remake. I still have not touched it.
Yeah, me neither. That's like the thing I need. And try to keep myself in the dark about it.
I can't believe the guy with the chibi Brother Nier icon for his YouTube icon is putting Nier Replicant at 3 of his top 100 games of all time list, but, fucking shocker.
Wow.
I think that is the greatest RPG party ever conceived of. Like, bar none. It's real. So, here's the... Actually, I've talked about this with friends before. I think the more fucking weirdos you can get into your JRPG like party, the better the results will be. Nier Replicant, I think of this. Final Fantasy IX, I think of this. Planescape Torment, fucking weirdos. Just put some break archetypes. Be a little weird with it. Get out there with the ideas for your little weird found family of adventures.
Think of what weirdos I got in my favorite RPGs.
Chrono Cross is a game of weirdos.
I feel like Suikoden. There
That's
are weirdos
cheating.
I feel like there isn't as many weirdos as you'd think, despite there being 108 guys.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing I know with some of my friends who don't like Suikoden as much, is they're like, yeah, there's 108 guys. The problem is that some of them are just guys, and it's like there's nothing to say about this man.
yeah, like that's the thing. Like,
let me tell you about those epic books.
Yeah, man. God, I need to read more for Kingdoms. It's been months. I keep going through these phases where I like read in bursts and then fallows like a farm or something.
Resident Evil 4 is. Ooh.
Which one?
Ooh.
There's 2 Resident Evil 4s.
I have not got. I need to play through all of the Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 remakes. I started streaming Resident Evil 2 remake months back. I need to get back to that. Resident Evil 4 is. Oh jeez. Ooh. I've played a lot of Resident Evil 4 in my life. I like that game a lot. That's definitely a better game than Tactics Ogre. It might be a better game than Majora's Mask. I don't think it's as good as Final... yeah, that's my new 5. Resident Evil 4. You know what? What is the best version of Resident Evil 4? The Wii version of Resident Evil 4 is shockingly amazing. Those controls actually work out really well for that game. They also did this weird thing where they buffed the enemy damage to compensate for the fact that you can aim way faster. And I actually think it makes the game way more tense in a very fun way. I think I've convinced myself to specifically put the Wii version of Resident Evil 4. Do you two have any strong opinions on original Resident Evil 4?
I've never played a Resident Evil in my life.
Oh yeah, I feel like you've told me this before.
I have played some of that GameCube remake of 1, but that's it.
That game is.
Thing, I haven't touched it.
You know what? I've brought up both Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross, I'm going to put at 20. I love that game to death. Chrono Trigger simply walked so Chrono Cross could sprint. And Radical Dreamers could run. Chrono Cross, famously, I say famously, it's famous to me. Chrono Cross is the Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence of video games. Similarly, Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence is the Chrono Cross of anime. This is just a fact.
One day I'll understand this.
Yeah. See, the problem is that this is like just a weird, wild, out there thing to say, but I have met various people in my life that as soon as I said that, they're like, you are so right, so true. And I'm like, yes. There are people with brains as broken as I. What was the other game we were just talking about? Resident Evil Remake. That's one of the greatest survival horror games of all time. I'm gonna put it at 30. Fuck it. Remake. I don't have, I guess, like the PS4 release? PS4 HD release? Sure. I guess that it's a fine up-res. Let's see. What else we got? Mega Man X4.
Alright, I got opinions. Because this is a game that is cool.
This game is cool.
Yeah.
I think
I should say more words if I'm gonna say I have opinion, but also my opinion is it's good. It's good. I like Mega Man, and I like this Mega Man specifically. is weird as a franchise within
is.
Mega Man, because it's like it has some really strong highs, and then it becomes the dog shit one.
Yeah.
It's like somehow most of the dog shit in the franchise is just contained in the X series specifically. It's like, what were they doing?
What pains me is that I grew up, like, when I think of childhood Mega Man memories, I specifically think of me renting X4 through X6 an obscene amount of times, and as a kid, those games all just blurred together because I was a child without thoughts or opinions on platformer design.
It is, yeah, it is, I do think like 1 and 4 are the high watermark of the series.
Oh, absolutely.
But also, I guess, but also like, I don't know. I feel weird because I feel like in my heart I like 3 more than 2, even though I feel like most people like 2 more than 3.
Are we talking X3 and X2 or 2 and 3?
Yeah, I'm talking X. I'm talking X
okay.
right here. Just because it's relevant. Because like X, people say that X3 is kind of a mess. But I kind of just found X2 kind of boring. But also it does like refine X1's mechanics better. I don't know.
I'd say X4 is probably my favorite Mega Man game. I'm gonna put it at 17. Close behind it, Mega Man 2.
I'm not sure how I feel about Mega Man 2.
It is egregiously unbalanced. Metal Blade should not be that strong.
It's unbalanced. It's unfinished. Somehow I played the game a lot on my iPod Touch in class when I was in grade 8, just because that was an option.
Mel, it is so weird how many very hyper-specific experiences I'm finding out we share tonight.
Yeah, Mega Man 2, like, it's like, yeah, I know why this is beloved, but also, I don't know, it is weird trying to, like, sift through the classic Mega Man games on the NES and be like, okay, but which one of these is marginally better than the other ones?
Oh, I have strong opinions about this. I'm a 2 5 and 3 ride or die guy. Then 4. And
I think I like 4. I feel like I found like 5 boring, but I also know people like 5, so maybe I should give it another shot. I'm a 6 enjoyer. I have a soft spot for 6 for some reason.
I don't like 6, and the only thing stopping it from being at the bottom is 1 is not great.
Like that. My first was 9, and I think I like 9, but also people think 9 is painful, and maybe that's true.
I like 9 until the Wily stages.
I like 7. I think 7's good. I think people don't like 7.
I need to play more of 7 and 8 in my life.
I think 7 is underrated. I don't know how I feel about 8.
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like I think in some way, like, I can get why people don't like 6, but I do think it's just like, I like it. I think it's nice vibes.
My thing with 6 is like, and this is weird as the Mega Man 2 enjoyer, but I found 6 like too easy in a way that I just kind of got bored of. 2 is easy as hell though, and also like I can blaze through that game like it's nothing. But for whatever reason, I love the vibe, and it's just one of those things where it's like, I got a spare hour and a half or so. I'll just turn on Mega Man 2. I still do that to this day. Mega Man 2 probably one of the games I've replayed the most in my life.
Yeah, 2 is probably the one I've replayed the most in my life, and also maybe
it's just very easy to beat in like an hour and a half, you know.
also maybe Mega Man X1 on the iPod Touch as well.
Oh, gee, I could not imagine playing any of the X games on iPod.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. It's just one of those things where it's like, well, I want something on my iPod Touch, and I guess I'll do this when I'm in class instead of doing more.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Zero games, but also I hesitate to feel like I want to play 1 or 2 again. 2 maybe, but also 2 has too many things to go like, that's bullshit. What are you doing?
0-2 was the one of the Zero games I like owned as a kid and didn't like borrow or rent. So I have an attachment to 2, but I do think 3 was probably the best one of those.
3 might be my favorite Mega Man game, and if I did a list of my favorite games, 0-3 might be on that list.
0-3 is definitely in the top 30. I'm gonna put it at 40. No, you know what? It's at 38. It's better than Wizardry Proving Ground of the Mad Overlord.
0-3 is cool. I like the ending. Even though if I think about integrates plots, it's kind of goofy. I don't know. It's cool. Game's cool.
Yeah.
Really refined. Final boss kicks ass. Cool ending, and then they were like, people kept asking us to make an actual ending, so we made a real ending with 4. I don't know how I feel about 4. 4 is a weird game. 4 is very weird within that group of games, just because it was like the game that wasn't supposed to be made in a trilogy. And it shows in how weird it is.
I have to ask myself a really weird question right now. Is Melty Blood, Actress Again Current Code better or worse than Shadow of the Colossus?
Okay,
Yes.
so here I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Does Shadow of the Colossus have Nanaya Shiki?
Oh, okay, yeah. Melty Blood's going at 50.
Nanaya Gaming.
None of the Colossus are like, well, you see, the Wi-Fi is better if you're closer to the router.
Nanaya would simply handle being the bad guy. It's like Nanaya turns out to be the bad guy of Shadow Colossus. He'd be like, well, yeah.
Unfortunately, your mother.
Fortunately. Oh my god, that clip of Robert Pattinson going around in the new Ghibli movie, and him putting on a voice and saying your mother has been kidnapped or something, but kind of pausing after your mother.
Fan casting Robert Pattinson as Shikitono.
Also, Hop on Melty is maybe low-key one of the funniest memes of all time. Have you two seen this ever?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm posting in the chat.
Yeah.
Here, can I just drag this into OBS for... Hold on, let me see. I don't know if this will work. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, it just created a whole wall of GIFs that didn't work out as I intended, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you get the idea. Let's remove that. You got some bonus Neko Art GIFs off to the side. Melty Blood to me is also just one of those things where it's just like, I think I would argue I would argue is the fighting game that best represents like this is fighting games. Like they fucking hacked together a version of that game with rollback and a bunch of other random bonus features and shit that had no right being there. I am not a Falcom game person, so there's not going to be any Falcom games on here, unfortunately. That's actually a big dark spot for me that I would like to address at some point.
Well, you don't know? You've never played a Wise game?
No. I did watch my friend play the PSP version of 1 while we egged him on, and I cannot get over the fact that the antagonist's name is Dark Fact. Incredible villain name.
Okay, to be funny, make your first Falcom completion game Pop Full Mail for the Sega CD.
I've never even heard of that one.
Well, now you have.
Damn.
I haven't played it. Nice.
Let's see. What was that? Oh yeah, saying Melty Blood. Yeah, I just think like everything about the community edition of Melty Blood is like a genuine, honest-to-God miracle that should get broader credit in the fighting game community. And I do actively think that had it not been the popularity of that edition of that game, I actually don't think we would even necessarily have the same degree of push for rollback netcode that we've seen across other franchises. I actually think Melty played a very significant role in getting people to understand how different that felt alongside, you know, Fightcade and things like that. So yeah. Those are my thoughts on Melty. Also one of my favorite fighting games of all time. Final Fantasy V. Second favorite Final Fantasy game.
This is one of the ones I want to play the most.
I'm going to put it at 22.
I feel like there's a part of me that wanted to play this game more than 6, and maybe I'll enjoy it more than 6. I feel like I'm dumping on 6 more, but I need to actually beat it.
5 is...
I enjoyed 6 when I played it, but also I feel like I'm also harsher on it from distance because I'm just like I liked it, but not that. But anyway, yeah.
5 is like, when I think of classes in RPGs, I think of Final Fantasy V, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just whimsical and fun.
Have you ever done a 4-job Fiesta?
I've wanted to. I just have never done it. I would like to, though. It seems like a fun time. People like doing it. I think I kind of have the same thing with that as I do with Nuzlocke runs, where if I were to start it, I would probably get halfway and just be like, I just kind of want to play the game normally. So, yeah, I like Final Fantasy V a lot. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX. Ooh. I'm gonna have to start shifting some of these down. That's a better game. I'm putting that between Digital Devil Saga 2 and Zone of the Enders Second Runner Mars. It's gonna be 15. I still need to finish that remake. I don't think I'll like it as much as just the simple sprites, but it was fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna play I eventually have to do my Zelda journey. I've never played a Zelda game, and I'm gonna do the GBC version of Link's Awakening.
Yeah, it's a good time. Link's Awakening and Majora's Mask were childhood favorites of mine, and those games are definitely a good those are good companion pieces.
Those are probably the ones I want to play the most, and other ones are like, well, I guess I want to be the completionist.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like I need to have a showdown with the Oracle games because they're kind of like my ground zero for Zelda. Because like my brother got Oracle of Ages as a kid, and I played a bunch of it, and I got stuck at some point because that happens when you play a game as a kid. And then it was like, actually, Zelda is stupid, pooped, and dumb, and I'll never play Zelda game again. And then somehow I was somehow stuck consistently because I'm like, I mean, I'll get to it, but it's like, I'm not as into the aesthetics as much. Just for a reason, even at the point where I'm like, yeah, I'd be interested in doing Zelda at some point. I just never bothered to go and do the thing.
They're fun. Link's Awakening and Majora's Mask.
Wow, spicy take. People
I know.
Like Zelda.
Hey, that is in my immediate group of friends. I'm friends with a lot of active Zelda haters. But Link's Awakening and Majora's Mask, I feel like, are Zelda at its most surreal that it can get, and also most playful in a lot of ways. With like just having really strong character writing and fun NPCs that like make you want to explore and learn more about the world. And there's just a dreamlike nature to both of them, intentionally so for each game. That I
think also the thing that appeals to me is that like Majora's Mask also has cool mobility shit in like the transformations, and I'm like, that's cool. That's like a cool additional thing.
Yeah,
that doesn't seem to be there in Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, those are definitely fun. These game also probably very influential in me thinking about like, what do I consider a good or rewarding side quest that's worth my time. I feel like Majora's Mask and Link's Awakening both heavily so made me appreciate side content for doing things in games and making that feel like you're getting something out of it, even more so than going through and progressing the main story sometimes. I am actually, there's probably a version of this list, if you had asked childhood me, where like Oracle of Seasons would be on here. I like Oracle of Seasons a lot. Ages is alright too, but I like Seasons a fair bit. But I don't know if Modern Rosin would have it crack his top 100. Maybe if I need to fill space.
I have a weird brainworms thing where I like, obviously making two versions of something reportable thing is a Pokemon thing that's dumb and they shouldn't do it, but also my brain likes it when they do it.
Yeah, and I just
the fact that the fact that they're two separate games is kind of cool to me.
Oh yeah,
maybe that's the reason why Ages turned me off of Zelda and for like somehow 20 years.
Well, like so here's the weird thing, is Oracle. So when they made them, and thinking about it, I actually don't know how much this is like true and real, or if this is what dumb people on the internet declared later on after the fact. This might be the case, but
that does happen a lot.
That does happen a lot. But Seasons, from what I remember, was the one that was supposed to be more like action oriented and Ages the more puzzle driven. My problem
That's
with Ages, I don't think the puzzles are particularly great for 2D Zelda. But yeah. Also, Seasons has this fun thing where you get to go to this little underground area, and they have these funny little guys in hoods that are adorable, and I love them.
Nice.
So
nice. I think one other thing I know about the Seasons and the Oracle games is like you can get one of 3 pets, and then like there's like an area of the map which changes depending on which pet you get.
Mm-hmm. The pets are really good.
Interesting. That's interesting, but also gets me like, well, I want to try all the pets. What do you mean I gotta play the game like
there was
3 times?
I don't feel like we talk about enough how, like, in that generation, there was just, like, I mean, obviously Pokemon was in the water, but, like, legacy franchises trying to also kind of do that. Like, you had that, and then you also had Bomberman got weirdly pet-centric for a while there, too. That was just the thing.
Who can forget the Chao Garden?
Oh, the Chao Garden, one of the greatest things ever made. I spent
Speaking
so much
of which,
time in the Chao Garden.
Where is Sonic Adventure 2 on this list?
Oh, ooh. You know what? If there's one Sonic game on here, it would probably be that. Here's my confession. I'm not.
Of course.
Even the Sonic games I like, I'm not the hugest Sonic fan in the world. Like,
I think you need to open your heart.
It'll be all right.
Learn.
It'll be all right, Mel. It'll be all. Because here's the thing.
I unfortunately I must stick up for some Sonic games because for better or for worse, I am all of me.
I like 3 and Knuckles a lot. I like Adventure 2 Battle a fair bit. I also liked Sonic Battle a fair bit.
That's an interesting choice. It's funny how we have like they made 2 Sonic fighting games and they're both weird.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them is a Virtual Fighter clone because it's AM2 made it, of course. And the other is an arena battler.
I played that
on
was
the
on
Game
the
Boy Advance.
Yeah, I played a lot of the Virtua Fighter Sonic the Fighters because it was part of the Gems collection, right?
Yeah.
Me and my friends played a fair bit of that.
I think specifically it's like we made Fighting Vipers Sonic.
Yeah. No, if I recall, I can't remember if it's Fighting Vipers has like Fighting Vipers 2 might have Sonic characters in it, or
so Honey from Fighting Vipers has a Sonic OC version of herself in Sonic Fighters.
Right.
And then Fighters Megamix, which is basically a Virtual Fighter Fighting Vipers crossover. They also include Being the Dynamite and Bark the Polar Bear, whatever the 2 guys. Not Sonic for some reason, which is a weird choice.
Hot take, but Bark the Polar Bear and Being the Dynamite are 2 of the coolest Sonic characters ever made, actually.
I just think if you're making your flagship fighting game crossover on the Sega Saturn and you want to sell the Sega Saturn, you should put Sonic in your game.
I don't know. A lot of people talking about Bark the Polar Bear these days. I think that they made the right call. I'm going to put Sonic Adventure 2 Battle at 99.
That's acceptable.
I can't justify putting it above Street Fighter Alpha 3, which is currently the lowest game at the list on 92. I'm learning a lot about my
the game that goes in 100 will be saying, "I'll make you eat those words." That's not how it goes.
I'm learning a lot about my chat. Apparently, my chat is a Sonic chat versus a Mario chat. I'm more of a Mario person than a Sonic person.
I don't know where I'm at. I'm kind of equal between them. I think they both have their appeals. But also sometimes it's just like... And part of this is because Nintendo is the way it is. Sometimes Mario is too white-bread. And I like it when Mario is weird. Which is like the appeal of the RPGs to me when I played them. And like also something that Odyssey did good. It's just like, when Mario's world is different and weird, I like that.
Yeah. Crusader
Kings.
Oh
yes.
Go ahead. No, keep
going.
I
was just gonna say I like considering the implications of driving through a shopping mall in Mario Kart and then going, this is the only shopping mall this is the only shopping mall I've seen in all of Mario's universe. What does this mean? Anyway. Crusader Kings 2.
Crusader Kings 2.
Yes. Documentary of my people's history.
You two know. I know a guy who would probably like this game a lot.
I like this game. I haven't played a crazy amount of it, but I played a decent amount. During COVID, so like for a long time I've like peripherally followed Paradox games, but I haven't played enough of them because they're time sinks.
They are.
But during COVID, I did play one campaign with co-op with a friend, and we were trying to start another co-op campaign this past month. And then I got a job in a supermarket, and the amount of hours after work killed that. Hopefully I'll get back to it, but
One of my earliest interactions with Razan was Razan posting about being Harold Hardrada and how he was invading England, and I was like, that doesn't go well for you, bro.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah, I think so. Based on what I've dabbled with and just seen of Paradox games generally, I think Crusader Kings, the franchise, has a bit more sauce to it than, like, for instance, Europa Universalis. Because, like, Crusader Kings, you're playing like a guy, and Europa Universalis, you're like the disembodied spirit of the nation guiding his hand, and like there's just like more interesting things you can do when you're like, you are the king and you gotta role play and manage your court and hope they don't stab you in the back, but maybe sometimes you want to stab some other guy in the back.
That's the thing that puts, I think, so of the games, I have the most experience with Crusader Kings and also some of the Hearts of Iron entries. Also Stellaris, but I actually just kind of don't. I played Stellaris kind of near launch, and I just didn't. I couldn't really ever get into it. It wasn't what I wanted out of a Paradox game. My confession here, I think I'm realizing. So these are the last two games on my top 25 grid, and I think I put these here to
diversify.
Yeah, a little bit, because Crusader Kings 2. I think that's at third. You know what? No, there's no fucking way I can say Crusader Kings 2 is a better game than Resident Evil Remake. We're moving that up to 29. And Crusader Kings 2 is going at 30. Now, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is also a game I cannot justify being better than this block of games, so I'm going to move that to 24 on. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is going to go to
I can't justify
28.
either because I've never heard that game in my life.
So, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is a sandbox roguelike that is zombie survival. It's a zombie survival scavenging roguelike that you can heavily mod. It's kind of like Dwarf Fortress, where you create a world and then you can play in it. I specifically like this game. Dwarf Fortress probably also goes on this list somewhere, but in fact, I'm going to put it at 28 above Cataclysm. The reason I got into Cataclysm is because I am one of the few people you will meet that actually really likes the fucking adventure mode in Dwarf Fortress. I think it's secretly amazing. I have so many weird, wonderful stories from that. The Fortress mode is, of course, amazing, and don't get me wrong, I love it to death.
I need to find the one person who's really into Fortnite Save the World mode.
Honestly, that's kind of the equivalent here. It's like, I know nobody that has this with me, but I love adventure mode in Dwarf Fortress. And Cataclysm is basically like a like light sci-fi, mostly like urban modern times game where you have to scavenge around towns and make a little fort and survive the zombie apocalypse, and you just play till you die. And there's weird, like, you can fight Jabberwocks. There's weird mutation stuff that you can take for your character. You get to, like, when you create the world, you can change, like, how big the zombie swarms are, how fast the zombies can move. Like, you can just kind of change it to have a bunch of, like, varieties of experiences. And it's just a hoot. If you are looking for an old ASCII-style roguelike that's a little more sandboxy, I highly recommend Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It's a wonderful time, but it's not better than Dwarf Fortress. I actually think Dwarf Fortress should have been on this 25 grid over Cataclysm. I think I selected Cataclysm because I think that's a very good roguelike, one of my favorites. But yeah, I didn't know that Dwarf Fortress had an adventure mode. Nobody talks about it, but it's a fun time. If I had made this list a few years ago, there would have been a lot more ASCII roguelikes on here. I'm a big Brogue person. I growing up, I was a huge NetHack guy. I love NetHack, but NetHack might actually be on here. No, you know what though? No, I'm an adult. Brogue is gonna go on here over NetHack. I'm putting Brogue between Shadow of the Colossus, and Brogue is my new 69. Brogue, if you ever want to get into randomized procedural generation ASCII roguelikes of the classic variety, go play Brogue. You can literally just play it in your browser. Like, I think still you can go on, like, just Google Brogue, Brogue, and you can just play it. It's a phenomenal time. Very good game. Drink potions while submerged in water, though. There's a potion of spontaneous combustion that can be a real problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I guess that's technically spoilers. I'm sorry for all of the potential Brogue fans out here. Anyways, I got through my top 25 plus some change. Is there a way for me to delete all blank spaces between these? I don't know if I want to do that, actually. That might be a bad idea. Yeah, I'm going to keep this spread out like this.
Wait, just delete all blank spaces?
Yeah. I don't know if I
delete rows.
I guess I can just do that.
That's going to delete all the rows that you've just selected.
Yeah.
You have to do it manually.
This is, yeah. Here, we'll just do...
It's fake Excel. It doesn't have fun stuff.
Yeah. I used to be way better at spreadsheet stuff than I am now because at the place I work now, we have a team of people, like data people, that are paid to do this, so we are encouraged to not play around with spreadsheets. So that's where I'm at in life. Okay, so I currently have 38 games listed. That's not bad. We're not even halfway. Now this is where... oh yeah.
As it is quarter past 2.
That's
I might
fair.
have to go.
You should go to bed.
What I will do is I will just quickly slip you this that I've been making the last few minutes.
Can I load this on my OBS screen so we can take a look?
You're allowed.
Okay.
You're allowed.
Oh, I haven't even bothered trying to make lists. I've just been and part of that's because I'm tired from work, but also I didn't.
Oh, this
I'm about
loaded in
making
weird.
lists.
All right, number 1, Ace Combat Zero. I'd like to play this at some point. I
have the only thing that could knock it out of the top 5 would be Electrosphere Ace Combat 3, which I need to play.
I see. Oh Jesus! Here, hold on. Let me. I can't select this now. Goddamn. Here, I'm gonna delete this and then remove, and then I'm gonna drag that back. Then I'm going to.
I could copy the raw data over into the thing, and you could just paste it into like your spreadsheet.
No, I'm cropping and being smart about this. Oh, that didn't like that, actually. Why does this whole thing turn black when I have Discord stuff up? Weird. Whatever. Yeah, just do that. Copy it.
I can see it.
Here. Yeah, just give me the raw stats.
Oh, okay.
Because for whatever reason, OBS, it was being a butt and covering things up. Okay. There we go. That's how we add a new sheet. Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Okay, so we got Ace Combat 0, Age of Empires 2. Outer Wilds I need to play badly.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I need to play that too.
Yeah. Gravity Rush 2. Ooh, that's... I respect it. Sekiro. I need
Very
to beat.
good. So I've beat Sekiro so many times.
I after Ace Combat 6, Armored Core 6, I need to go back and finish that one up. It's
the magic of Sekiro is real. The final boss of that game is beating that. I sat down thinking I'm going to work at this over the course of like an afternoon, and I beat it in like, because I had come back to it because it had kicked my ass earlier that morning, and then I came back to it and was like, okay, I'm going to sit down for a few hours and just beat this boss, and then I beat it on like the third try, and I was like, I had gone like full new type mode, and I was like, this is the greatest game I've ever played in my life.
I wonder if I should make something on them here.
You will notice I've included Dragon's Dogma.
yeah.
I did notice that.
Okay.
Like, Mario Kart DS.
Red, I need to know. Sell me on Driver. I know this is apparently a very good game, but I don't know too much about it.
Cars, muscle cars, like Starsky and Hutch cars,
Okay.
handle like shit.
Yes. Okay. Now you sold me with the last part. My only experience with the Driver was, I think, like they made one where you can like swap bodies with like other
San Francisco.
Yes, I rented
I have
that.
played it.
I rented that for a weekend with a friend, and we had a really good time with it. I don't know if that would hold up or if it's fun actually, but I remember really enjoying my time with it.
A lot of people hated it. I had a perfectly fun time beating that game when it came out.
That was the last one, right? They like stopped after that.
It's dead franchise.
That's
Absolutely.
what I thought. Okay, because I remember being like, "Oh, this is apparently like a weird Hail Mary release for them," and yeah, it was. Dragon's Dogma. I need to beat that. Nocturne.
I haven't listened. I haven't played all that many Shin Megami Tensei games.
No, you're right for putting Nocturne this high. I said ooh because I'm like, where's Nocturne for me?
You should play a real Shin Megami Tensei game.
I'm playing too.
You're not one
somewhere.
of those fucking. Oh, You're not one of those Strange Journey people.
I bet I will be. Is the problem?
Strange Journey is a game that I should on paper love, but there are so many little things about it that just piss me off. First of all, they got rid of press turn, which, like, I guess, okay, fair. You're going back to the dungeon crawler thing. You do your stupid demon co-op with the alignments, whatever, fine. But then fucking they decided the first time you encounter any goddamn demon, they're a fucking blorbo of pixels. And you have to fucking analyze them to see what they actually are. And I think that was their way of trying to deal with like the legacy fan problem of, oh, I just know what this demon is and everything it's weak to right away. I think it was a very inelegant solution.
I should clarify. A lot of entries on this are games that I played the multiplayer of a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like Halo Reach is nowhere near the best Halo game, but it is the game that I played the most multiplayer of.
That game's multiplayer was also very good, from what I remember. I remember people being mad at the time because that was the one that introduced the weird like pseudo perks like Call of Duty, right? I think like you had like shield powers and stuff, right?
You had a special on your LB.
Yes, that was it.
Or depending on your control scheme. There are some weird motherfuckers out there playing with bumper jumper. Just play with a claw, like a normal human being.
Yeah, that's how you play Halo. I remember the Halo heads in my life being very mad about Reach because they're making it into Call of Duty. It ruined what was special about it, but
they did not do that. They did not do that.
Well, then 4 came out, and then all of those people were like, Halo Reach was perfection. And I was like, you motherfuckers.
Yeah. Halo, I had so much fun playing, like way too much. I played so much SWAT in Halo Reach. I got really good.
Apex Legends, I'm surprised is this high for you. I didn't know you were an Apex head.
Again, I played a lot of it for like going through phases, playing with a couple of friends of mine, one friend in particular, and there was a brief period where I got pretty alright at it. And that was, I was bullying people in the team deathmatch mode as, what's her name, Valkyrie. She had just come out, and I was having a great time with that jetpack. Just, it was so funny.
One of my favorite Apex memories is that there was a guy, I don't remember, his PSN was just his name. I don't remember it, but I had him on my friends list for like a short time because this was so fucking funny, and he sent me a request after. But like, there was, so like, it was like the start of an Apex game, and it was this guy Mario, something, like 2489, whatever, like just generic dude who plays shooters PSN name or whatever. And we drop, and we immediately eat shit and die, except for him. Well, sorry, I immediately eat shit and die. The other guy gets downed and could have been saved, but he decides, fuck it, and just leaves the match. So it's just me and this other guy, and I'm dead. And I remember him being like, okay, Razin, don't disconnect. I'm going to save you. We're gonna revive you. It's going to be okay. So then I was like, okay. I revive, and then we keep playing for a bit. And not long after, I die again. And he was like, okay, little buddy, don't disconnect. I'm going to get you your first win in this game. And I was like, first of all, that's a weird thing to assume. He was right. But, you know. He then proceeds to solo, like, the second half of the game and just wins. And then at the end, he's like, I'm sorry for calling you little buddy. I don't actually know how old you are. I just assumed you were a kid. And I thought that was really funny, and I sent him a friend request, and we played a couple more times. I wasn't on mic, for context.
I had I think one of the couple of overriding memories for me are like solo wins, and also the one time me and two friends just on voice chat all dropped in and immediately landed in a place with lots of people, and a guy already had a gun and started shooting at us, and nothing more needed to be said other than me just kind of low voice just go, get him, and all three of us just punch him to death. And that's just good. That's just fundamentally good gaming.
Their Halloween mode I remember being really fun, like the zombie infected one thing that you do where you get to like go really fast and punch people. I remember having a good time with that too.
Yeah, Battlefield 3 is also one I just played loads. This is a weird one because my dad got better at Battlefield 3 than anyone else I knew.
Battlefield 3 was a major. You know what actually should go on my list is Bad Company 2. I played way too much Bad Company 2. Me and my friends all did. We got really good at it. And when 3 came out, we were all like, it's not the same.
Yeah, I get it. I was not there for Bad Company 2, so...
Bad Company 2 just had... I think it's called Operation Harvest from Bad Company 2. Is one of the greatest multiplayer maps I've ever played in my life. Had such a fun time with it.
And then, obviously, the highest shooter on my list is Star Wars Republic Commando.
I think I watched Mandalore Gaming's YouTube video review of that, and I know nothing else about that's. I think he did Republic Commando. I don't remember which one that was.
I played it when I was a kid, and I got stuck somewhere, but it was still my favorite game. And then played it as an adult, and I was like, this is great. The third world's still a fucking mess, but the rest of it's good.
Actually, can we talk about your other Star Wars game on here, Episode 1 Racer?
Yeah.
I have a story about this game. This is a childhood Razin story. So there was an N64 bundle that was sold along with Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, I believe. I was supposed to get that. I took, like, a swimming course because I didn't technically know how to swim yet. And, like, my mom was like, you should learn how to swim. So she signed me up for some swimming course. And the instructor hated me because I was a child, and I did not like to put my head under the water. And he was like, bro, you have to fucking put your face in the water. And I was like, I mean, I'm swimming. I'm not putting my face in the water. I'm swimming. So I was the only child in my swimming lessons class to fail. And my mother bought me the Star Wars Episode 1 Racer N64 bundle as like a congratulations, you passed your swimming lessons class thing.
No.
And then I got back in the car and I was like, I didn't pass. Also, I fucked up
That's
the
so
format
funny.
of this list. She gave it to me anyways, but I never did swimming lessons again.
That's
I just taught myself how to swim. I still don't like to go underwater. You know?
I mean, I think that's just human nature.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
We don't
I
have
was right.
we don't have guilt.
Exactly. I think I was right in that argument. IMO.
Another note. They are for some reason still working on For Honor.
What?
Do you know how many characters For Honor has?
I'm gonna guess like
No.
160.
What do you mean 160?
I don't know.
Like it's a fighting game.
Yeah, I know. Hey,
Well, I mean,
Mbon has like
Gundiversity is
200. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember how much For Honor started with.
Tobal 2 has 200 characters.
Budokai Tenkaichi hit no. 80. I don't know.
I'm just saying. I'm just looking right now.
Try to
There
construct
are
a
current-
mystery in
So they started with 4 for each faction. There were 3 factions, so it was a total of 12.
Okay.
Now this game's not huge. This game's not a big game, but like they've been consistently adding. They're up to like 32 or something. It's not like compared to like, you know, fighting games that people play. It's not like a big deal, but you have to understand, it's For Honor. They're still working on it.
Yeah. I'm shocked. I didn't actually know that was still getting stuff.
There's a pirate in this game now. They have a gun.
Well, I'm glad that Ubisoft can release at least one game with a pirate.
That's true.
Yeah.
I
I played a lot of For Honor at launch. I had a great time.
What's the name of that game that's not ever fucking coming out again? It's something
Skull and Bones.
Skull and Bones. I kept wanting to call it Sea and something else. Yeah, that game. I remember when that was announced and being like, maybe that'll be fun. Mm-hmm.
The Singaporean federal agents at the door at Ubisoft and like, open up, you gotta release the game.
What a fun-filled time we have out here in Ubisoft land. Is there anything else you want to note on this list? I didn't actually know you were a Minecraft person.
Only for a bit. But that bit was, again, multiplayer with like a few particular guys. There was a great particular evening where we logged into a world, and we'd accidentally started a Cold War. Everyone had been hoarding TNT, and then as a gesture of peace between the two factions, we went and we just repeatedly kept reloading the game, blowing up the same guy's house over and over again. That was a great time. Mario Kart DS, it's just the Mario Kart that I've played.
Were you one of the kids snaking on the bus and making all the other children cry?
Snaking?
Yeah, the thing where you like
That's the tech. That's the tech.
drift really fast and
Oh, I mean, yes.
yeah.
I didn't know it had a name.
I mean, it's like when you drift back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called
When you
snaking.
go snaky, nakey, nakey, nakey.
I'm gonna kill you.
We can't.
I did it a second time, motherfuckers.
Like you doing it. Let's drift.
Slipways is just the 4X Lite.
I don't even know what this is.
I've never heard this in my life.
It's literally like the lightest 4X game you can imagine.
Who's it made by?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It was very recent. I mean,
I see.
Slipways. 21. Beetle Wing.
Actually, I have a question. Why Armored Core 1? I like that game. But over Master of Arena even?
I haven't played Master of Arena.
What? Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm getting my friends who have played Armored Core games confused again. Okay.
nothing will top the expectation of being like, oh, Armored Core 1's gonna handle like shit, and then
Oh
I
yeah,
load up the game and immediately start doing bottoms sliding, and I'm like, this is the greatest game ever made.
Armored Core 1's amazing. That game holds up. I think there's a lot of people. I have met multiple people like this that have tried out some of the older FromSoft RPG stuff and have been like, it's old, clunky, whatever. And then they finally try Armored Core and they're like, oh, this just has aged way more gracefully. I'd give Armored Core a try if you're a person out there who's in that camp.
For anyone giving Armored Core a try, when you get to the last level, just use save states.
I wish I could have used save states.
I love save states.
It's not even 9-ball. It's the platforming. Why is there platforming in Armored Core, you ask? Good fucking question.
It is a good question.
Good question.
That's, I think, everything. Dragon's Dogma and Thief the Dark Project both on these lists for, I haven't beaten them, but, they're amazing. So they're on the list. And Age of Empires 2 is self-explanatory.
They keep adding DLC to that game, which is also crazy.
Fucking do.
Including all of
including
all of Age of Empires 1.
Yeah. Listen, it's you look up what's the best what's the best RTS ever made. Half the people what happens is Age of Empires 2 is always second place in all of those lists.
Can I guess the first?
No, I mean
StarCraft.
The first changes.
Okay.
The first to me it's like the epitome of like the greatest RTS of all time is like Age of Empires 2 is like second place on everyone else's list and everyone's number one is different.
I see. Age of Empires 2 is definitely the RTS I played the most, and that's just because I played it quite a bit as a kid. I also really remember liking 3 is the mythology one, right? I had a lot of fun with that as a kid.
No, there's Age of Mythology, but 3 is
its own. That's right.
Early modern.
That's right.
Early
That's
modern.
right.
Age of Empires 3 is like colonial stuff, and Age of Mythology is its own game.
I remember liking Age of Mythology. I remember liking Age of Mythology a lot as a kid, and then like, if I recall, that's a game that a lot of people actually don't like, right, Red? Or is that
if you're
real?
a nerd?
Okay. I met some nerds in my time who were like, "Oh, you played Age of Mythology," and
I mean, I've just gone off 3D RTS games. I don't there's like they're still good, but like sometimes I'm just like I get annoyed by them because once you introduce like 3D, you introduce like very weird there's already like difficult like pathfinding problems in 2D RTS games. But once you get into 3D, it gets worse.
I never thought about that, but yeah, I guess that would make a bit, because like then you have like collision shit to worry about and like weird physics stuff that you don't have to worry about with sprites.
Bitch.
Yeah, I never thought about that. That's weird.
That was like my main problem with Dawn of War. I was like, because it was a squad-based game, and so you would like train a unit, and it would train like 4 guys, and now you'd be having to move 4 guys around the map, and it's like as like one unit, and they would just clog up space, and vehicles you order vehicles to move through your units, and it's like, nope, can't do that. They're just kind of like skirt around. Maybe they're gonna try to find a way. They won't.
Damn.
It sucks. But yeah.
Right.
There's still problems in the 2D games, but it's it's easier to manage. All right, I'm out. Goodbye. I enjoy the rest of your list.
Thank you.
If I find that you've moved Elden Ring up,
God damn, I was about to jokingly before you left just like shift Elden Ring up like 5 spaces.
3-star game. Let me find what I said about that game. I'm not very thorough with backlog, but when I feel strongly,
I can't use any of those sites. It's just my brain doesn't. I'm not having it. I tried making a letterbox one time, and I was like, I cannot do this to myself.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to do that.
I limited. I don't have every game I've played because I couldn't fucking do that. But when I feel strongly about something, I make a little thing. So I try to just limit it to like tweet long opinions. And what's my opinion on Elden Ring? Because I know I did. There it is. Elden Ring is a competent Souls game spread thin across an open world that came alive only once. Transported to Caelid without a map, I navigated my way back to Limgrave, leaving directions for would-be victims of my own misfortune. For this to happen, I had to ignore fast travel.
This the joy of Liurnia of the Lakes will forever be lost on you.
Anyway, all right. That's why Dragon's Dogma is really high on my list.
Yeah, that makes
sense. I walk everywhere.
I have a feeling I'll like Dragon's Dogma a hell of a lot when I finally finish that game. But yeah. Thanks for. I was actually shocked you were able to, considering how late it is over across the pond, that you were able to join us for this. So thank you. For
I mean, I've just been quite quiet because I've got people sleeping upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fun. Goodbye.
Bow bow.
Goodbye.
Bow.
I don't get it.
It's Bauver.
It's Bauver for you.
No.
All right. Now we're down to 2 of us, and I'm only 38 deep.
What the fuck? I'm definitely probably gonna leave even before they finish the 100.
Oh no, it's fine.
We'll see. It's not have a set time. I don't start work until 12:30, and then I work until 9.
Oh, it's 9:37. Damn, this is early for me. I can stay here forever. Let's see.
It's 10:37 for me.
Yeah. At East Coast life. Let's see. Is it snowing by you, by the way?
We had snow earlier in the week.
Same, and it luckily melted off, and it's looking a little warmer over here now. But I don't want winter to come. I don't have to shovel here, so it's not like actually that big of a deal. But I don't want to drive in it. But whatever.
Yeah. I feel that.
So here's the thing. Now, my logical brain to fill out more of this list is to go take a look at other things I have on here and then think of other related games or other entries in the same series, like Alpha 3. I like Alpha 3, but you know what I really fucking like? Third Strike. In fact, I'd put that.
Third Strike? More like Turd Strike.
Damn, I'm gonna perfect parry that sentiment by putting it as Evo Moment 27 on my list. Street Fighter 3, Third Strike. Third Strike is another one of those games where I just think of, like, me and my friends just hanging out, chilling on Discord, and then someone goes, hey, let's play Third Strike, and then we play Third Strike, and it's a fun time.
I play Third Strike sometimes, and I'll be like, Chun-Li is fun, but I don't want to play as her because it feels like cheating.
Third Strike is the game that I think I have gone the longest without ever learning a proper B&B for any character.
I don't know a B&B for any character in any game I play.
Damn.
Which is why I keep losing to you.
I was about to say, that explains the Darkstalker stream.
No.
That was fun.
Yeah.
It's a shame we can only play VSAV once a year.
We can do it other times.
No, just making up rules where they don't exist.
I think it'd be funny if just one of those years we decided to do VSAV 2 or something stupid.
See, I was thinking, it's like, how much would it be funnier if we just we just played TVS one year, but only played as, like, Morgan? I guess we can't do that because Morgan's the only Darkstalker's character in that game, if I recall. Is Felicia in TVS? I don't remember.
I don't know. I don't know anything about Tatsunoko vs. Capcom.
It's a great game.
It seems cool.
I remember there were 2 people on at Combo Breaker that just were at, like, every time I went into, like, the side tournament room where they had all the setups, there were just 2 people going at it on Tatsunoko versus Capcom, and I know they had their own little side tournament, but these two people just like every single time they were playing something, they were just playing TVC, and I kept being like, I kind of want to hit them up and just see if I can get like a fun breakdown of that game, but I was too shy and I didn't. But
yeah. I'm too shy at locals to actually play games, which means I'm like, I want to play, and then I don't say anything, and then someone else will show up from like nowhere and be like, hey, can I play? And then they start playing. I'm like, well, great.
Damn. I did have the thing at Combo Breaker where I was being supportive and watching my friend play Tekken, and I kept having people turn to me and they're like, you want to play? And I was like, I don't play Tekken. They're like, you should. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll start with 8.
People are so aggressive about wanting people to play Tekken, they'll take over Virtua Fighter stations.
What Virtua Fighter stations?
You know what? Tekken players are winning. So Tekken players have enough. It's so funny that the 3D fighter genre is dead, except for Tekken, which is like the biggest thing in the world.
Yeah. So speaking of Baroque, actually, I'm not going to put Baroque on here. I want to see. Here's my thing. I think I need to finish the classic version of that game. I think I like it way more than the remake.
Oh, I'm fucking stupid. It just occurred to me that the name Baroque Cancel may just be a tongue-in-cheek reference to how Guilty Gear has Roman cancels as like a romantic, because of like music.
Maybe.
If that's what I choose to believe.
I'm gonna put on the Baroque opening because that's a good song, actually.
I didn't mention it because I wanted to save it for when we're recording audio, but I do want to hear Red's reaction to our Halloween thing, because them being like, "What the fuck is this?" This is just so funny.
There we go. Okay. Other games to put on this list. Also, Mel, feel free to randomly throw out video games that I may or may not have opinions on as they come to mind.
Have you ever done Panzer Dragoon?
Like, not as much as I probably should have. So here's the thing, is like, if I'm going into that degree of like rail shooter, I have a lot stronger feeling like.
You're a Star Fox person.
Yeah, I wish I was more of a Sin and Punishment person, but I'm a Star Fox person.
I need to play more Star Fox and Sin and Punishment. I just, I emulated Panzer Dragoon 1 and 2, and I really like them. And I'm halfway through Sega, and I want to finish that game, and I feel bad that I haven't finished it because that game's very cool.
I would dare say that maybe not as good as Third Strike, but actually maybe better than Third. I don't know. Some of those planets in 64 aren't great. I will put Star Fox 64 between Third Strike, but above Resident Evil Remake. That game was very important to me as a kid.
I need to play Prince of Jim Order as well. Anyway, I was just saying words.
Yeah. I also have a fondness for Star Fox Assault, but that game is not good enough to make it my top 100 games of all time list.
I believe that game is probably better than game journalist at the time gave it credit for.
I had a upsettingly large amount of time with my friends in the multiplayer for Star Fox Assault, and I've met a few other people that are like this as well.
We need to asterisk. We don't actually need to go back to the era where just games had a random multiplayer modes for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Well, Star Fox 64 had multiplayer. Actually, that was Assault built on top
that was
of
the
it.
era. You know what else had multiplayer for some reason?
What?
Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
That is not going on this list.
No, I don't like that game, but there was a series. I played it once,
and I'm like, this is mid, to be honest.
There was a series of family Christmases where the cousins would all get into the basement, and we would play Conker's Bad Fur Day multiplayer, Perfect Dark multiplayer, and Donkey Kong 64 multiplayer. And we had this was 3 years. and we had a good time.
I want to play Perfect Dark one day.
Perfect Dark goes on this list. Perfect Dark is another important game for me. So here's my problem, is that every time I revisit Perfect Dark, it's not the same. I hate to admit it, but it's not the same.
Every version of Perfect Dark is personalized.
That 360 re-release is very fucking good. That's one of those games that I kind of... So, like, you know how this thing's been happening where, like, people just fucking compile new source versions of, like, N64 games and, like, make, like, native PC ports?
Yeah.
I really want that for Perfect Dark, but I don't think it'll happen anytime soon.
I think they're probably doing one for GoldenEye, so it makes sense that people who do it for GoldenEye might do it for Perfect Dark.
Yeah. I'll put Perfect Dark below Star Fox 64. And above Resident Evil And you know what? Perfect Dark is not... Fuck that. You know what? Dwarf Fortress is better than Perfect Dark, actually, but better than Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. I don't know why this makes sense to me, but it does. Oh, geez. Other games. Let me... You know what? I have a... What am I doing? I have a whole shelf of fucking video games to my right I could just look at.
You should film yourself in front of it when you do reviews or something.
Listen, I already have the MVC2 cab right here, and then the stupid machine.
And then it cuts to you're doing, oh man, I didn't have to come to this after review Sonic 06, and then Evil Raskin comes into the door and says, you must do this.
You have to play Baroque for the PS1.
No.
Oh shit, the music ended. Let's play the Tatsunoko vs. Capcom theme, why not?
We should play the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 character select theme and see how long people can go before they decide to destroy their eardrums.
Yeah. I think I might be the only YouTuber with a poster for Esperade in my wall. And a glow-in-the-dark multi-blood sign.
Do you have any shmups you want to put on this list?
Here's my problem. I am actually very inexperienced when it comes to shmups. That's actually like one of the genres I've been working on. I just gave up on trying to 1cc Raiden, which is actually, there's a poster of right there.
Yeah, you remember you telling me this.
Yes.
Because Buses.
Raiden is just a bullshit game. I think I am a shmup head in the making. I just need to do the homework of getting there first.
Yeah.
But as of right now, there's not a shmup on this list. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Perfect Dark is getting a sequel. What the fuck happened with that?
Microsoft doesn't know how to make games.
Yeah, that's true.
They buy studios and then somehow the studios can't make anything. So they buy more studios. No. Does Monopoly go on this list? No, it doesn't.
Does Monopoly go on this list? No.
Yeah, let's
see.
Okay.
I need to think of other things that can give.
Do you have opinions on the developer Treasure?
Ooh, like vaguely. That's another one that like I've enjoyed what I've played. Like I think if I beat it more than one time, they're Alien Soldier, right? I'm not
Alien Soldier.
Yes. Okay.
I've beaten 2 of their games.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
I've beaten Alien Soldier. I've beaten Dynamite Headdy, which I both like. Alien Soldier is pretty fucking sick. I don't know if it's my favorite games, but it's really dope.
I think if I gave Alien Soldier more of a go, I would like it a lot. Same with both Sin and Punishment and Sin and Punishment Star Successor as well.
Yeah, I mean, and for like shmup heads, they do Radiant Silvergun and Ikaruga.
Mm-hmm.
Though Ikaruga is more of a puzzle game. Or who could forget their first game, Ronald McDonald Treasure Land.
Wait. Oh, Hold on, is this real?
Which?
They did Wario World.
Yeah, they did the Wario.
I don't think I ever realized that's them. I liked Wario World a lot, actually.
I want to play Guardian Heroes by them too. They did a Yu Yu Hakusho fighting game and a bunch of DS Bleach fighting games.
Oh yeah, they did Bleach Dark Souls,
Yeah,
which is the funniest title ever retroactively.
Yeah.
Oh, they made that sick as fuck Astro Boy beat 'em up.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, Treasure is one of those. I should give Treasure games more of a shot.
Treasure is cool.
But I don't think any of them are cracking the top one. Sin and Punishment might if I need to fill space, but we'll see.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at my shelf, actually. Let's see. Final Fantasy X goes on this list.
Yeah, but I was trying to crack my list, which I don't think I'll share, mostly because I can't rank it and I can't get 25. But FF10 is on my list.
So the reason that FF10 was not on my sheet of, like, oh, where's Final Fantasy V actually on here? Final Fantasy V is 23. Okay. Final Fantasy V. The only reason Final Fantasy X was not on that 25 grid was because, you know, I didn't want to have 3 Final Fantasies. I'm putting Final Fantasy V above Transistor and Shin Megami Tensei. I like 10 a lot. It's my 3rd favorite Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I played 10 last year and it was like, this is one of my favorite games ever, actually.
It's great.
Fantastic. It's just like amazing how much it's just like, oh man, I actually love this a lot. It's fantastic.
I also have you played 10-2 yet?
Not yet.
You
I was holding off on it because I was like, I wanted to be crazy and like do the super bosses in 10. And I didn't. And I picked away at it, but I'm like, I don't know.
Did you play 10 with the original Sphere Grid or the alternate?
Original.
Okay. Just curious.
I need to grind up the 3 guys, which is Titus, Riku, and Waka.
That's the team.
I sure did do fucking Blitzball. Oh my god, that was miserable.
Oh, you're not a Blitzball head. I never got.
I think part of it was because I had to shotgun it.
That makes sense.
I'd rather, if I knew the way to do it, so I could dole it out. But the way they do the whole tournament thing to get prizes set up is kind of annoying.
Yeah, 10-2 is a game I also like a lot, but also I guess I don't want to say too much because you do play, but I don't particularly care for the best ending for 10-2. I would say I actually fundamentally have a disagreement in opinions about storytelling with the ending of 10-2, but that's a story for another time. Yuna is one of the best Final Fantasy characters. You're valid for saying best Final Fantasy character, honestly. She's amazing. I love Yuna. She's great.
I think Auron is the coolest guy ever designed.
Yes.
Nomura is a genius.
Yeah. The Fire Tornado Overdrive was you do not understand how cool that was to me when that game first came out. Mel, I told you about how me and my best friend became friends over Final Fantasy X, right?
No.
Oh my god, Mel, this story's amazing. Okay, so. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't believe I never told you this story. So. A long time ago, when I was like 10, shortly after an accident that left me not able to walk great for a little bit, more than a little bit, a long time actually, we were playing softball or something of the equivalent in a gym class, and nobody really knew what to do with me because, you know, middle of fucking nowhere, Wisconsin, people, like, a lot of figuring out that school had to do with me in terms of physical education stuff. And here, let me change the music. Let's see. Fuck, is there one of those My Mix things that I can do? Probably not without here. Let me just go back to that playlist. There we go. Perfect. And then let's skip because we already played the song. I'm just gonna go back to like this and then reshuffle. Reshuffle. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Oh, this isn't shuffled at all. There we go. Anyways, Too Long didn't read. There was a kid who was maybe being a little bit of a shit about not wanting me on his team while I was holding a plastic bat. And I was a very well-behaved child, except for this one instance where I decided the logical conclusion is that I'm going to hit this other child who was being mean to me in the face with a plastic bat. And then we started fighting, and then we both got sent to detention for recess. I caused his face to bleed, by the way.
Oh.
And we started talking while in detention, and then we both learned that we really liked Final Fantasy. And this was ended with him going... We realized where we both lived, and it was like a block away from each other. He was like, "Do you want to come over to my house after school and play Final Fantasy X?" While his face was still bleeding from me hitting him with the plastic bat.
It's like a shonen anime where you beat someone and you become a friend.
Yes, and he is still, I would consider, my best friend to this day. I love you, Shane. You're a great friend. And we became best friends, and every day after school for a little bit, I would go to his place, and he would play Final Fantasy X, and, like, we would pass the controller around. And I distinctly remember we played through the final sequence of that game in the dark, except for the glow of the TV, and we both were crying in the darkness, but neither of us said anything or pretended to, because boys don't cry at video games. Very wholesome childhood memory of me.
That game ends pretty good.
Yeah. So yeah, Final Fantasy X. 10 is a game that is inseparable from those memories for me, definitely. So yeah, love that game, and also yes, it is fun. I do. That's definitely a story. Yeah, I'm happy Digital Devil Girls reminded me I did tell that story here at some point in the past.
Waka is a funny guy.
Waka is, yeah.
I think it's really funny having an arc of Waka needs to overcome his racism while also having John DiMaggio do what's probably a very racist accent.
That is true. This is mean. Do you want to know my one thing with Final Fantasy X that I think of, and it's like, I wish this was maybe a little bit better?
Go for it.
What are they doing with Kamari in that game?
The
answer is nothing.
They had an idea, and it was not smart. We have a system that's finely tuned around every character having their own specific strengths and uses. And we have the one guy who could be anything, which means he's not anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want a second Waka? I guess. That's an option you can do. I don't know. Sphere Grid is neat. I like it. I'm just wondering what you could do more with it. And then I think they did like a worse version of it in 13 because it's not actually about choices.
Yeah.
I mean, I think most people are like, you do the linear version of Sphere Grid until you know how to play what you're doing, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
yeah. Final Fantasy 12. Let's go off Final Fantasy for a bit because I want to talk about Dragon Quest. Because you know what's better than Final Fantasy X? Dragon Quest V, but not as good as Final Fantasy V.
I need to play Dragon Quest at all.
You should.
I played the demo of 11. I need to play. Okay, so I don't know. I feel like the Dragon Quest I'm more interested in, but also it's one of those things where I'm like, well, I may as well just go through all of them.
Dragon Quest is great. It's one of those things where it's like you can't go wrong with vanilla ice cream. It's just fun.
I also want to try Monsters at some point. That seems neat.
Yeah, I need to play more of the Monsters stuff.
Oh, you know what? I want to know. Actually, no, wait. You finish Dragon Quest, and then I'll continue my train of thought, because I don't want to switch gears when you're in the middle of the Dragon Quest talk.
The only other Dragon Quest I feel like, off the top of my head, I'm going to have really strong opinions about is maybe 7. But that's also a game I want to maybe revisit in 3DS form with a better translation.
7 seems interesting, but also intimidating, just because it's the one that's like 100 hours for no reason at all.
Yes. You do not understand how revelatory that game felt playing it as a younger person and being like, there's 3 hours pass before you get into your first random encounter. It's amazing.
I feel like I die. Like, I feel like I like the idea of, like, games, you know, I don't want to, I think they can choose the pace they want, but also I'm the kind of person who's like, can I just get to the part where I do the thing?
See, the problem that I'm having with the point of the life of my life that I'm at is, like, I respect a lot of video games that I now acknowledge just do not fit into my life well. I think I've said on Ultra Q before, I think that I'm a Final Fantasy 11 person over a Final Fantasy 14 person. Like, if I had to guess from, like, the, you know, time I've spent with both games.
Yeah, even though 11 respects your time less.
Final Fantasy 11 is one of the most disrespectful of my time games that I've ever played, but the ways in which it disrespects your time are so fucking cool. But 14 is made for normal goddamn human beings that work jobs and just have responsibilities.
And increasingly more normal as they sand down all the uniqueness out of all the mechanics, which is like, I'm like, the main thing I'm, like, curious about of 14 more than anything is, like, I'm curious how it feels to play the different jobs, and then I hear they're getting more homogenized over time, and I'm like, well, what's the fucking point then? I want to figure that out.
I'm friends with a lot of 14 heads that are, like, really deep in there, and some of them have dropped the game over this, actually. Or dropped as in they're just not keeping up with it as much as they used to, I guess I should say, more fairly. Shoutouts to my friend Trick, who would be upset if I did not bring up him and his absolute hatred of where the samurai class went compared to how it used to play.
Yeah.
I don't know. I only know the baby-fied versions of the job, so I have no stake in this whatsoever.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm also not deep enough in where any of this matters. I'm still in the early parts of A Realm Reborn, so
yeah. So
none of my 14 opinions honestly matter right now.
Need to bring something important to the table.
Yeah.
Castlevania.
Okay. What if I told you I'm not actually super big of a Metroidvania person?
Oh, man.
That being said, Aria of Sorrow is a fucking sick video game.
Okay, so
same with Symphony of the Night.
Making my list, I would have put Symphony of the Night on my list, but that's also because I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to do an release order, and then I got partway through Circle of the Moon and I forgot to go back to it, and so I haven't got to Aria yet. But I like Symphony of the Night a lot, and so I was.
So here's the thing. I am of the Metroidvania variety, I am a Vania person more than I am a Metroid person. That being said, this feels dumb. This feels dumb, but I saw the light with the genre when I played Hollow Knight, which I'm going to put at 32 on this. You know what? No,
I debate
remake.
I debate with how much I should put Hollow Knight on my list because I'm like, how much do I like Hollow Knight? I like it a lot, but also I never beat it. I never beat the final boss because the final boss is bullshit. And didn't do
by final boss, do you mean the light celestial moth thing?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
That fight is hard. I never beat the arena. Is where I got like almost entirely completed except for like the last little 2% you need from that last DLC. Is where
I even get to that last DLC, but like the glowy moth final boss is kind of bullshit because one, you have to beat the Hollow Knight over and over just to access it.
That fight is real easy once you get the flow in for
I mean, yeah, it is, but it is like 2 more minutes that I'd rather not have to go through.
Yeah.
And then also the gimmick of the true final boss is that it does 2 bits of health instead of 1. I'm like, come on, that's not so.
When you beat that boss though, it feels amazing.
Yeah, I eventually just gave up. I never went back to it, which is unfortunate.
I have not played Blasphemous.
Same with Banjo-Kazooie, where I beat the game except for the final boss.
Damn.
And I was like,
I have not played Blasphemous 1 or 2.
Me neither.
I'm gonna say that Hollow Knight is. Why the fuck do I have Kirby 64 above Third Strike? That's wrong. We're swapping these.
Let's get it on now. Pick the best one. Something.
10-9-8-7-6.
The rap in that game is really funny.
Yeah. You know what they say. The third strike is what counts. Ooh. Where the fuck do I put Hollow Knight? Hollow Knight is better than Kirby 64, but not as good as Third Strike, I think.
Okay.
Aria of Sorrow, I will put... That's a better game than Resident Evil Remake. I'll put it at 32 for now. Let's see. I don't think any other Castlevania is going to be on this list for me, honestly.
That's fair.
I've played.
I just felt like I had to raise the question.
No, that's fair. Okay, I feel like also too, it is not unfair to assume I would be a Castlevania guy, and by all rights I probably should be. But it's just one of those things where I've played a decent chunk of them, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, they're fun, but like they don't stick with me in the way that they seem to for other people. Symphony of the Night's if I need to fill space at the end, Symphony of the Night might go on here, but
I think the most. So that is based more only off Circle of the Moon and Symphony of the Night. But I think one thing they need to figure out with Castlevania, Igavania level design is, I don't think it's a real room design to have the same hallway that's the same 5 enemies in a row. Where I'm like, I did this encounter already 2 steps ago. You're not challenging me.
That is true.
They do that too often.
Yeah. Fuck.
I think it's a shame you cannot get the PS1 translation. It just has more soul.
Let's see. I feel like Red had something on their list that I'm... Oh yeah, Nocturne, duh. Am I stupid? That's another one where I didn't put it on my 25 grid because like SMT1 and DDS2 are already on there. And I do think Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2. So I feel like Nocturne, DDS1, and DDS2 make this like thematic trilogy of Atlus's golden age of works. And makes for maybe the most incredible like triple feature of video game like JRPG design you can play from the PS2 era.
Would you recommend I do Nocturne and then do the Digital?
Yes, those games are Digital Devil Saga. So Nocturne is a game extremely about throwing away your humanity, and Digital Devil Saga is extremely a game about why maybe holding on to your humanity while also reckoning with becoming something more is an important thing. They are 100% in thematic conversation with one another. And I think that doing that full ride is important. I genuinely think that they build on each other in a way that's incredible, both from a gameplay and story perspective. Nocturne's a better game than... You know what? I'm going to be right below DDS2. Nocturne is definitely better than Kirby's Air Ride. Specifically, we're doing the PS2 release though. Because, let's not talk about the HD version.
The real, is the HD version bad?
Oh, it's fucking dog shit.
Okay, so should I just emulate it then?
Yes, you should emulate it. You may want to download. I don't know if this is still important. My good fun Twitter mutual Ella, I believe, actually made a patch for the PS2 version that removes the shadows because they don't emulate great. I actually don't know if that's still important to have. Maybe I'll ask her. But
for what it's worth, I've been using PCX2 to emulate Xenosaga 1, and it's working fine.
Yeah, it's been quite a few years since that patch was needed. So,
with the exception being that the game sure does slow down when 3 mechs are on screen.
Actually, I'm just gonna fucking DM her. Hold on. Let's see. Do you know if that PS2, or sorry, PC SX2 patch you made for Nocturne that removes shadows is still needed, or has the emulator updated to a point where they're fine now? Asking for a friend live on stream. Okay, we'll see if she responds. I don't know if she's still awake. But let's see. Fuck. Where else do we go from here?
Nocturne 2, Nocturne remake, where they add the new Atlas Girl syndrome, except the new Atlas Girl is Virgil from Devil.
I was about to say they already did. The Atlas remake girl was Dante, and honestly, that is better for that.
It's DMC2 Dante though.
Yes, but counterpoint, DMC2 Dante's actual design is sick as hell. So I'm actually kind of happy it was that. But let's see. Is there any other SMT game I strongly feel needs to be on this list? You know what used to be in one of my favorite top 10 video games of all time, but it's just kind of fallen? Devil Survivor 2. I like that game a lot, but with time, I don't know. It's just it's a fun strategy RPG, but I don't think I have the same fondness and love for it that I used to. But I definitely still think it's up here for me. I could never say it's better than Chrono Cross, though. Maybe it's better. It's definitely better than Final Fantasy V, Dragon Quest V, and Final Fantasy X, though. I'm going to put Devil Survivor 2 at 23.
Do you have any Pokemon you have any strong opinions of?
Historically, I'm actually kind of a Pokemon hater. I was of the era where I grew up with, Gens 1 through 3, but I have a distinct memory of being a child and saving up my money for Pokemon Generation 4.
I think you told me about this.
And I was like, this is just the same thing over and over again each time, and I became one of the early Pokemon haters. And then people, for some reason, acted like Pokemon Black and White was the second coming of Christ in video game narrative, and I think those people are insane.
I like Black and White, but I also really like Black and White too.
I never played Black and White too. Pokemon's just not super my bag, and then later on in life, I became a Megami Tensei person, so that's how that shook out.
With the poker and the man.
Yeah, I can understand not really getting on with Devil Survivor. It's a weird one. Devil Survivor 1, I feel like, is a game that I wish I liked more, but I actually just have a lot of weird gameplay hangups with it. I just don't think it's as fun as 2. Yeah.
Devil Survivor 1 Overclocked remix.
Here to okay, 25th Ward, the Silver Case to the list. I apologize, but I have not played that, and I have not beaten Silver Case. But I do feel like Silver Case may actually not top, but Silver Case may crack this list when I give it more of a go. No More Heroes, though, actually might be on here. I'm going to put that at the bottom. It's no Sonic Adventure 2 battle. But I like No More Heroes a lot. No More Heroes, I feel like, was one of those games where I started to, when I think of No More Heroes and where I was in my life when I was introduced to it, I think of, I'm starting to pay attention to internet conversations and, reviews of games more. And, people taking them seriously as an art form and, breaking down why they work and what they're commenting on and that sort of thing. And I like Suda stuff. This stuff is cool. Silent Hill 2, actually. I'm thinking about video games that aren't on here yet. Silent Hill 2 is going to be up here for me. I don't like it as much as Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, though. I don't think I like it as... Actually, I don't think I like... It's definitely better than Transistor. Silent Hill 2 is going here. I also have I'm going to put... Actually, you know what does go on the bottom, though? Actually, here, let me delete these. Actually, wait. I need to think about this. You know what? I might swap No More Heroes and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. In fact, I think I am going to do that. But I don't think Sonic Adventure 2 Battle... I think Sonic Adventure 2 Battle might be better than Silent Hill Shattered Memories, which I have a fondness for that I can not really explain. I just think that that game's atmosphere is immaculate, and I like it a lot. I'm a sucker for games with good flashlights, and Shattered Memories has a really good flashlight that is, like, very, like, end of standard definition gaming flashlight to me, that you control with the Wii remote, and I like that a lot. Yeah, I should specify Wii version. That game also has a very good in-game phone that then, like, the speaker on the Wii remote becomes the phone audio, which was cool.
They don't make them like they used to.
No.
I mean about hardware too.
Oh shit, Disaster of Passion started playing.
That's my main in Strive when I actually play the game, which I don't anymore.
Damn.
Not out of disdain, but more just like, well, there's other games that are cooler, I guess.
I kind of want to start playing Guilty Gear Plus R and Rev 2 more.
I want to play Rev 2 and Plus R more.
I kind of want to learn Zato and Plus R because I hate myself.
I'm a Venom person, which I think is weird to people.
I wish I was a Venom person, but that shit... I had a friend break down how hard Venom was to play for me in a Discord call one time, and it was like, it is so much work for a very mediocre reward, and I was like, damn, I think I just got talked out of playing Venom.
To be clear, I'm not good with Venom. I just think he's the coolest character to exist in anything.
His gimmick is really strong.
It's so sick. It just feels
very
good
cool.
It's like one of those things where like I play it and I'm like, this is my main. I don't care if I lose. I'm just like, he's the best.
Let's see. You know what should go on this list? Not Guilty Gear, actually. But Under Night in Birth EXE Late Clear. Actually, Late Clear or Late... I played more Clear than Est, probably.
I don't know if this is obvious, but fun fact, the soundboard I used for Ultra Q included the Guilty Gear Strive announcer counter.
Yeah, that's the one part of that I think I actually... Recognized. I'm not a Guilty Gear Strive fan, but I do have to say I have a special fondness for that being the only game I've technically won a tournament match in. I don't know how I beat that guy. My buttons weren't even set correctly. That guy is just not very good.
All the Xrd guys at my locals are just depressed about Strive.
Oh yeah, I mean, all the old heads are. At Combo Breaker, I spent a non-insignificant amount of time hanging out under the staircase where all of the Plus R setups were, in the hotel lobby. And I met a lot of cool-ass people there. Shoutouts to any of you if you somehow stumble onto this. Shoutouts to that artist who gave me a bunch of free stickers, by the way. I don't know who you are still, even though I talked to you for like an hour, but that was really nice of you, and you were cool. Yeah. Under Night in Birth EXE Late Clear is definitely 44. I like that game a lot. Under Night, I think, is the best, like, if you give someone a fighting game and just tell them to press buttons, I think Under Night is just the greatest at that. And I know that those games actually, there's an interview where the director talks about that, but, like, they are made with that in mind, of just, like, we want these games to feel amazing, like, right away, and I think that Under Night excels at that. But I don't like it as much as Actress Again.
On the other end of the spectrum, I do want to play Central Fiction more.
Same. I feel, I don't know, BlazBlue is this thing where it's like, I respect it from a distance, but, like, it's just something that I can't grasp, and, like, aesthetics-wise, Guilty Gear is just more my thing.
Yeah, I prefer Guilty Gear's aesthetics, and I think mechanics-wise, Guilty Gear is more sane. But there's something about BlazBlue which I respect in terms of it's just swinging.
People say this about a lot of fighting games that get complicated, but BlazBlue is honest to God the one game where I think it's true, where it's like every character plays like their own unique video game.
Yeah, like people say that with Guilty Gear, but it's just actually true for BlazBlue.
It's much more true about BlazBlue, in my opinion.
It's even funnier because they have this is the unique mechanic button.
Yeah, right. God, 9 is so cool. Hakumen is so cool. I wish I was good with either of them.
Yeah, 9 I've played a bit of. I'm like, oh man, she's so complicated and tricky. I wonder how I'll beat anyone. And the person at locals is like, just use rock. It's fine. Just use rock. Just do this and you win.
Yeah, that always helps. What else goes on this list? All right, 51, so that's nice.
Does Mario 64 go on this list?
Probably. You know what?
It's like one of those things which feels like an obvious, boring take, but also you play it and you're like, well, yeah, obviously it goes on a list like that.
It has a special place in my heart for being literally the first video game I touched as a child.
It's one of those things where I fucked around with as a kid, but I never owned it, and then even when I borrowed, I never played it much. So it was only the game I came to later in life to complete.
I'm gonna put it above Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Mario 64. I was doomed to be a fucking video game fan when I went over to my cousin's place when I was at a very young age, and he sat me down and I played a Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time back to back in the same afternoon. Ruined my life forever. And then when I got back home, I was talking to my folks all about video games, and they're like, "Oh, we have one of those Nintendo things downstairs," and that's how I started playing NES. Yeah, Mario 64 is fun. It's one of those things where it's like, I have replayed every few years. I will sit down and just play Mario 64 to completion, and sometimes I do that and I think, I remember it being a little bit more fun, and we've come a long way since then. And other times I go, wow, I'm having a lot more fun than I thought I would. This game's aged great. So I don't know. I go back and forth every time I play it. I've played it a lot. It's a fun time. I do think some of the later stages are maybe not as memorable and fun as the early parts of the castle, but, you know, that's life.
Yeah. How do you feel about Mario 64 versus Banjo-Kazooie?
I played both a lot as a kid. You know what's weird is I was a Banjo-Tooie kid more than a Banjo-Kazooie kid. But
interesting.
I feel like people mostly... Oh, you know, okay, so actually here's the real crime. Above not Mario 64, but above both Banjos, I was more of a Donkey Kong 64 kid.
That's kind of cursed. Actually, I haven't fully beaten Banjo-Tooie, and I never really touched DK64. Despite being a Donkey Kong fan, I just one of those things where I'm like, well, one day I quote-unquote should do this, but I dread it.
I'll put Banjo-Tooie at the bottom. I should revisit both of those games at some point in my life, like download them and emulate them.
Yeah.
I feel like I would probably join. Consensus opinion is that the first one's better, right?
Yeah, I just think it's a more tighter focused experience.
That's what I feel like I've heard too.
And 2 is like pretty ambitious, but in a way that kind of drags it down at times. Too many moves, which are just lead to lock and key solutions. So it's like you only need this for the one puzzle kind of thing. The interconnection of the worlds is not fully fleshed out as much as you would have liked, kind of thing.
I really liked Mumbo Jumbo as a child, and you get to play as him, if I recall, in 2, which I thought was fun.
Yeah.
That's not aged great.
No. Neither is Humble Wumpa for that matter.
Nope. I put Banjo-Tooie right at the bottom. This might get kicked off if I can think of more games, though. You know what other games, though, that I did love a lot? All 3 of the original Spyros need to go on this list.
I like Spyro 1 and 2, and I have issues with 3.
Really? What are your issues with 3?
I think I just don't like how the other characters play.
That's fair. See,
and I include the skateboarding in that.
Ooh, we're fighting.
It was the one game where I didn't 100% complete it because I just got mad at the last bonus level.
Spyro the Dragon I'm putting at 53 above Banjo-Tooie, but below Shattered Memories. Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage is gonna definitely...
Yeah.
Spyro 2 is better than Mario 64, but not as good as No More Heroes.
Yeah, I really like Spyro 2. Cool.
All 3 of those games were super important to me growing up. Spyro the Dragon 1 is actually the first video game I beat by myself with like minimal help from someone else. So I have like a really embarrassing but wholesome memory of me beating Nasty Nork and then charging into the kitchen to let everyone in my family know I beat Nasty Nork.
Nice.
Spyro 3 was like amazing to me as a kid because I was like, I could play as a monkey with a ray gun, or this weird bird general penguin.
Yeah. The thing is, I think there's like things that 3 does well. It's just that I hate how all the playable characters play that aren't Spyro.
Yeah, that I have a feeling on revisitation, I would have issues with it, but as it is now, I'm gonna say that Spyro 3 Year of the Dragon is better than Shadow of the Colossus. This is how I feel in my heart. Now, people who know me well know that if I'm talking about Spyro and PS1 platformers, Croc was a very important game to me growing up. I don't know if it makes this list.
I can't imagine being actually good.
The problem is I've replayed Croc relatively recently on this channel. Some things are better left in the memory. Yeah, okay, actually, now I'm thinking about PS1 games. You know what does go on this list?
What?
LSD, the Dream Emulator.
Yeah, I've never touched that one, but
I'm gonna actually, you know what? I'd put that below Sonic Adventure 2, but above Shattered Memories. This is a game that I feel like the internet... This is unfair. This is me being a peak internet boomer. But my fondness for LSD came from... God damn it. My fondness for LSD, the Dream Emulator, let me clarify, came from discovering it, talked about in hushed tones and whispers on, like, weird forum threads. And then being like, this game can't be real, and then finding it on CD-ROM sites that, like... Because, like, back in the day, ROM sites didn't have everything like they do now. It's like they had all of, like, the major shit that came out in North America, really. But, like, if you wanted something that came out in just, like, Japan or something, like, you need to go digging sometimes. And I remember, like, hunting down and finding a copy of LSD the Dream Emulator and just being like, how is this game real? I think it may have been actually the very first game I played, like, that was specifically, like, a Japanese ROM, if I think about it. Because I remember, too, it was at a time when PS1 emulation was still not super great, and when that game fucks around with the textures and the background music and stuff, I was like, is my emulator breaking, or is the game just like this? And it was very confusing. It was a very weird time, but it made a huge impact. It's a shame that the guy who made that game got weird about NFTs in recent years. Oh no, we definitely can't play Macross Do You Remember Love. There we go. We're playing Legend of Dragoon music. I don't think Legend of Dragoon tops my top 100. That was another important RPG. You know what? I'll put it at the bottom. Legend of Dragoon was very important for me growing up. It kind of, like, crystallized my opinion on, like, PS1 RPGs. I have a great fondness for Legend of Dragoon, and also, strangely, the demo for Legend of Dragoon I played a lot as a kid. Ah, fuck. Okay, I need to start looking at this shelf again. Games on my shelf. Oh, fuck, okay. So, not the sequel, which I just saw, but the original game, Mirror's Edge definitely needs to go on this list. Ooh, where does Mirror's Edge go?
Mirror's Edge.
The problem with Mirror's Edge is that the last, like, fourth of it isn't very good. But the first 3/4 are fucking amazing. I'm gonna put it below Shadows of the Colossus. Or Shadow of the Colossus, not Shadows. What else is on the shelf? I always forget I own a Full Metal Panic strategy RPG for the PS4.
That exists?
Yes. Let's see. Ooh. Deus Ex Human Revolution probably goes on here. I need to beat the original Deus Ex, but, like, I know I'd like that more. But Human Revolution was, like, kind of me going, like, oh, immersive Sims for the first time. That's not true. I technically had played a little bit of Ultima Underworld, which I guess is kind of like one would say where that genre kind of started to form in a way, but I don't really count it, I guess, in terms of my personal history. A lot of these games are better than Human Revolution. Human Revolution got problems, but I'll put it above Shattered Memories. Yeah, Mirror's Edge also does... The shooting was not needed in that game, like, at all.
It's 7th gen, so of course the shooting is needed.
Yeah. The problem with that, though, too, is that the hand-to-hand combat... This is one thing that I actually think the sequel did really well, is that the sequel was like, hey, stopping to punch someone in the first Mirror's Edge sucks. So why don't we make momentum-based attacks where you can kick or punch or, like, sweep enemies or, like, jump off of them and do damage to them while also still running forward. And you get to do something offensive towards an enemy, and you don't have to just run away and avoid them, but you can keep moving forward and like, doing the parkour thing. And I actually think it was the one stroke of genius that game had. Unfortunately, the rest of Mirror's Edge Catalyst is a big fucking turd. Bad game. But yeah. Deus Ex Human Revolution at 56, that's alright. Bloodborne, I also saw on my shelf. I like Bloodborne a lot. Bloodborne's a great game. That's going to be high up on here. Bloodborne's better than a lot of these games. Oof.
The red sneaking in like, yeah, it's better than Elden Ring.
They have their personal freedom. Ooh, I like Bloodborne a lot. Bloodborne is better than Chrono Cross. That's not true. Bloodborne's better than Devil Survivor 2, but not as good as Chrono Cross. Bloodborne is great. I don't know what else to say that hasn't already been said about fucking Bloodborne, but you know. That's how it goes. What else? Doom 2016 is not going on this list. That game's too fucking long. Original Doom might go on this list. You know what? Original Doom is better than a lot of these games, actually. You know what? Doom is better than Mario 64, but it's simply not as good as Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. Doom was 93, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think, actually, hold on, let me look. Because I think Doom came out, actually... Yeah, it was, okay, it was December 10, 1993, yeah. Okay, what else do I got on my shelf? I don't think any of the Monster Hunters go up on here. I have a fondness for Monster Hunter Tri, but don't think it cracks top 100. None of Left Alive nor any of the Front Mission games, but a part of that I think has to do with I need to play more of them. Does Nier Automata go on my list? I think it does. I think Nier Automata goes on my list. Ooh.
I think it goes on my list, even though I think I'd probably like feel like it's a weaker game now than I do then. But also, it's just like a game that resonated with me a lot at the time, and it still sticks with me.
That you took the words kind of out of my mouth. Like, I think about how much that game meant to me when it came out, but then I think like my problem with Automata is that I think about it and then I just start thinking about Replicant instead. But I liked Automata a lot at the time. I'm gonna say it's better than Hollow. No, it's not better than Hollow Knight. I'm sorry. It's better than Kirby 64 though. Let's see. Okay, let me look at the rest of my PS4 games. Nothing here that I would... Oh, fuck, okay. So not Soul Calibur 6, but Soul Calibur 2 definitely belongs on here. I
gotta play more Soul Calibur.
I strangely have... Okay, so here's the thing. Soul Calibur 2 is my adult pick, but as a child, Soul Calibur 3 was a game I played a lot of. And in fact, one could argue Soul Calibur 3 was technically one of, like, my big childhood fighting games before I even, like, knew about, like, fighting games as an institution or a broader community. Ooh. Is Soul Calibur 2 better or worse than Perfect Dark? I think it's...
I feel like I want to play like Soul Calibur 1 and 2 and maybe 3 and see how they feel.
Soul Calibur 3's single-player mode was shockingly good, but also I was very young when I played that, so I don't know. I'm gonna say Soul Calibur 2 is better than Perfect Dark, but not as good as Dwarf Fortress.
Surprisingly few like Soul Calibur clones existed.
Yeah. Well, there's Star Wars Masters of Terras Kasi.
We already have Star Wars in Soul Calibur.
True. Oh, you know what?
Opinion?
My PS3 games are in my closet, actually. So.
Any SNK games? Any Neo Geo representation on your list?
Realistically, probably not. I do.
Oh, and yet you have the KOF poster on your wall. Poser.
Yeah. But deep down, I hate to admit it, but my favorite SNK game, quote unquote, is probably Capcom vs. SNK 2, which isn't even an SNK game. I do like me some Metal Slug, though, as well, is the problem.
Do you like Neo Turf Masters?
What I played of it, yeah, actually. You know what? I do like Windjammers, actually.
Windjammers is cool.
But the thing is I just wasn't an SNK person. Like, the most SNK I've played are, like, the fighting game stuff. But, like, none of it's ever stuck with me in a way that I actually feel like I would be comfortable saying it cracks my top 100. Not even Metal Slug, which I had quite a fondness for at the time.
K-Dash in the dirt.
Yeah. You know what, though? I'm thinking about it. And I think Saga Frontier... Ooh, Saga Frontier is better than Transistor, but not as good as Silent Hill 2.
Doesn't Frontier have like something similar to like the race setup as like the first games, but like you don't customize the party that way?
Yeah. Or
That's
like, I mean,
cool.
everyone is kind of like their own. Like, there's a robot. There's monster. Yeah.
But like it harkens back to it.
What?
But it harkens back to it, right?
Yeah. No, definitely. Like, there's definitely like the characters are the way they are because of like those yeah, like classes or races or whatever. Fuck. You know what? I'm gonna quickly take a photo of my PS3 game collection and then look at it while I do this. I'll be right back. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna grab a soda and a donut while I'm doing that too, because I can. I'll be right back. Entertain the chat, Mel.
Hello, everyone. This is my first time doing a stream. Friday night. Chilling. We're grilling. Some of you might be grilling. And where you are in the world. It's barbecue season. Who can say? Sometimes season doesn't matter. But we all make do. Garo is pretty cool. Do 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 do. Music's playing on the stream anyway. Neat. You can tell I've never done this before. Do. Need more wildcard picks for this list.
I'm back. I don't know if you could see me going into my closet from this camera angle. Doesn't look like it. Good, because that would have looked stupid.
I was a very lively host. Don't worry about it.
I see. I got a donut.
What kind?
It's just it's a Long John vanilla with vanilla filling.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Important question. What do you call the long types of donuts like this in your neck of the woods?
I don't think you even have many long donuts here.
Because me and my friends had a heated discussion about this one time. Because some people call these eclairs, and that's just fucking wrong.
Well, I can see how they get there, because they have an eclair-like look, but, you know.
I just disagree. I think an eclair is a very different thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Bar donut seems like the most neutral, acceptable term for everyone. And I'm like, yeah, it's a bar and it's a donut. It's a bar donut. Here in the Midwest, we call them Long Johns, which I understand is maybe weird, but I've just, that's what they're called here. But apparently some places in the US call these fucking things cream sticks, and that's illegal. Like, you go to hell for that one.
Yeah. I heard some people call some places in the US call water fountains bubblers, and like, what? How's that?
I don't know what you're talking about. That's just correct.
Okay. Okay. I see. Okay.
It's funny because my mouth was full, but I was literally just about to bring this up. But yeah, where I come from, they're just simply called bubblers. And then you go anywhere else in the world, and people go, what the fuck is wrong with you? But,
Some places call soft drinks Coke when they're not Coke.
Mm-hmm. That would drive me nuts, too.
It's annoying enough being like, can I Diet Coke? It's like, is Pepsi okay? I'm like, obviously, you know what I'm talking about, okay?
Okay, you say this, but as someone who worked food for a very minimal amount of time in my life, there are people that will get really mad if you have one or the other.
Yeah, I know, but also I'm like, I don't know, it's easier to say Coke instead of cola. Incidentally, we do say pop here, not soda.
I always just say, oh yeah, we say pop. Well, okay, we say half and half. Like technically, we're like, if you look at a map, people would say we say pop here, but I would say I hear it both about 50-50. Both in the rural place I grew up in and also more of like the city where I am in now. But yeah, when I order stuff, I'll always just go, oh, just give me a Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi, and that always is. That's how I get away with that problem. I was gonna bring up something else, vernacular-wise. Oh, actually, fun fact. So the reason that we say bubbler is actually like a Coke or like a Kleenex thing.
Okay.
Bubbler was like the brand or like the name, like the model name for like the specific water fountains that were used in early Wisconsin cities, I guess. And it just kind of stuck because everyone just called them that. I believe it's parts of Rhode Island also have the same thing. It's like those two specific spots.
That's interesting.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So I not only took a photo of my PS3 games that I have, at least not in a box. I think I have some others in my bedroom. But
what are you talking about? The PS3 doesn't have any games.
Yeah, true. Oh no, there's nothing in the photo I took. It's just an empty closet.
Episode 45 Ultra 7, except this guy's going, wait a minute, the PS3 has no games. Pyrolinka being like, hey, don't worry, they won't believe you, the PS3 has games.
Oh god, shoutouts to my copy of Time and Eternity I have on top of my copy of Shadows of the Damned. Let's see. Shadows of the Damned does not go on this list, but you know what does? Fucking Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. Incredible video game.
I need to play
You should. You know what? I'm going to say Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time is better than Soul Calibur 2, but not as good as Dwarf Fortress.
Need to see how Ubisoft interprets my people.
Warrior Within, honorary mention for being an extremely fucking funny game. Why is Godsmack in there?
I'm sure that remake is going along just fine.
They restarted that with like a whole new team because everyone was like, this looks like shit, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think Ubisoft is gonna be alive in the future.
You know what doesn't go on this list?
What?
Any Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah, probably not.
But that gets me started thinking about like stealthy games. You know what else doesn't go on this list? Any Splinter Cell. But what does is more Metal Gear. Because Metal Gear Solid 3 definitely needs to be on this list at some spot.
Yeah, the Junkos of Russia.
Yeah. You know what? Metal Gear Solid 3 is better. You know what? Metal Gear Solid 3... Yeah, it's better than Digital Devil Saga 2. Metal Gear Solid 3 HD Edition. And this makes me... I need to put 5 and Rising on here. Rising goes low. That game is actually cool, but other games in that genre came and went before and after that were better. That game gets by on having a very memorable script, but actually playing it, I wish it was a little deeper. But it sure as fuck better than... You know what? I'm gonna say that Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is better than Doom, but worse than Spyro 2.
Fascinating.
3 very comparable games.
Yeah.
Let's see. Metal Gear Solid 5. Where does Metal Gear Solid 5 is a game I like more than I probably should. Not Ground Zeroes. Though I do kind of like the little tiny sandbox of Ground Zeroes, the pause shit in that is horrible. Bad. And in fact, I would say Metal Gear Solid 5 is a blight in terms of female character writing for a director not known for handling his female characters very well. Metal Gear Solid 5 is... Oh, jeez. Fuck, I don't know. See, the problem is that I have an attachment to that game because I played a lot of it. But also, too, when I think about its worst elements, it's like, ooh, that was really bad.
Did you regret your words and deeds?
No. In fact, I didn't. I'm going to say that it is better than Spyro 3, but worse than Under Night. And I'm specifically going to say Phantom Pain. I'm not going to include both. I think Ground Zeroes is a net negative on the Metal Gear Solid 5 experience because of how horrific that final cutscene is. And those audio tapes. Bad. Okay, 31 more. I can do this.
But can I do this?
I don't know. That's up for you to decide. Let's see. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. I was in a Game Battles clan for this game. You know what? Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was a pretty solid game. It may have ruined online first-person shooter multiplayer for a while. In fact, one could say it still has ruined it. And, planted the seeds that would cause its destruction. But I liked it.
It may have ruined games for all time.
Yeah. It's better than Human Revolution. I don't know if it's an LSD the Dream emulator, though. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare PS3. That remaster they did was cool, but, I kind of preferred the original multiplayer experience. Very simple game, but fun in its simplicity. I was a Modern Warfare 2 hater, actually. That game was unbalanced to shit and ruined it, and the formula that they went on with afterwards, I just did not like as much. I think Black Ops 1 was really cool, but that was about it. Anyways, enough talking about propaganda games. Let's see. Ooh. Now I'm thinking of Call of Duty. Now I'm thinking, where does Halo go on here? Specifically, I'm going to put Halo 2. I don't think it's actually as good as Halo 1, but I liked Halo 2 a lot growing up. That was my favorite.
I have no opinions on Halo.
Oh yeah, you have not played Halo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The genre. I have not played the genre.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. You literally just brought this up last episode. That's wild. I think Halo 2 is better than Mario 64, but worse than Doom. Terminal is a good fucking map. I agree. Terminal is great. Shoutouts to Terminal. My favorite map from COD 4 was Overgrown, though. Loved that fucking thing. Incredible.
They should make a shooter based off of DK64 shooter FPS multiplayer mode and call it Guerrilla Warfare.
Hell yeah. That would be it. You know what, actually? Hold on. N64 platformers that were important to me. Bomberman Hero needs to go on this list. Bomberman Hero clears Mario 64.
Oh, fuck.
This is just true.
The glove is thrown down.
You know what? Because of its soundtrack alone, I'm putting it above Halo 2 and Doom. And you know what? You know what? It's better than Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Fuck it. I don't know this voice.
You hear it here, folks. Razin prefers Bomberman Heroes soundtrack to Rules of Nature.
Listen, Redial is a fucking banger, okay? Hey, you know what? I bet more video essays use the Bomberman Hero OST than any other video game.
Well, that's probably true.
Yeah.
I feel like if a video essay is going to use Revengeance OST, it's going to be about the Revengeance OST, probably.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. I'm trying to think. What else can I... Well, let me look at the rest of my PS3 games. Soul Calibur 4 does not fucking go on here. I know that was in here.
Okay. I think I'm at my limit, so I think I'm going to be heading out now.
All right. I will wrap up.
Sleepy.
Thank you for indulging me for going this long.
What the fuck? You got a 72? That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah. I will get the final... I'm not ending the stream till I wrap up the last 28. I will do so alongside everyone in chat powering me on. But you should go to sleep if you are tired. And also you have work in the morning.
Yeah, actually in the afternoon and evening. It's going to be great.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah. I'm turning into that tweet I sent you in real time.
Yeah. And you know what happens.
Okay. Well, I'll catch you later, everyone. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Mel. Good night. Okay. I think I'm out of PS3 games I would consider for this list. That I can think of that, like, I'd really strongly want to put on here. So we can move on to PS2 games. Well, Mega Man X7 ain't fucking going on here. That's something true. Playing as the Arbiter was the hypest shit. God damn. What a time. You know what? I'm not gonna put Odin Sphere on here. But Miramasa the Demon Blade is a cool game. I don't think I like it more than Shattered Memories, but I like it more than Spyro the Dragon. I still haven't played the Vita version, like, to completion, but I've played enough of it to know that it's the much better version to play than the Wii one. Where's Kingdom Hearts? Ooh, you know what? Okay. You're gonna need to forgive me for this one. Actually, you know what? This goes above Banjo-Tooie. So I'm gonna put one Kingdom Hearts down that I liked quite a bit as a kid. And it's gonna be fucking Chain of Memories. Specifically, the GBA. The PS2 version can go fuck itself. I don't want that 3D shit. Chain of Memories is such a weird fucking game, and I wish we had another game that attempted this weird card-based combat system. This is a weird time, that game. But I liked it a lot for what it is. Story is maybe not the greatest, but, you know, whatever. I like the Organization 13 Weirdos in Chain of Memories a lot. Marluxia's just a funny-ass man. That was another thing where, like, when I was a kid and I unlocked Reverse Rebirth, I was like, this is one of the coolest surprises in all of video games. Why don't more video games have a second playthrough as another guy that plays completely differently? It was amazing. And I just had a great time playing as Riku. Phenomenal. absolutely phenomenal time. So yeah, I'm gonna put one Kingdom Hearts down. It's gonna be Chain of Memories. I need to actually go through and play more of that series beyond. I played 2 when it came out, and then I stopped playing Kingdom Hearts from that point on. Okay, more PS2 games. Dragon Quest VIII might go on here. Did I ever write down Dragon Quest VII? No, I didn't. We talked about it. I didn't put it down. I'd say that's here. Eyeballing it. Dragon Quest VIII, I like, but I don't, love it, I guess. That's not true. Dragon Quest VIII's better than a lot of these games. I would put it here, maybe. You know what? I'm thinking about it. I think I might swap these two with Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. If I'm being honest with my opinions. Once again, putting it at 69. I actually don't remember if it was at 69 before or not. Yeah, let's see. Chain of Memories has, the best KH story. It might. You need to keep in mind, I have not played Chain of Memories since, probably actually the year or two after it came out. So, adult Rosin may have very different opinions about that game. I remember liking Nominee a lot, so who knows? Liked thinking about Dragon Quest VIII's vibes more than I enjoyed playing it. I could see that. Yeah. You know it's a better game than Dragon Quest VIII, actually? It's actually a better game than a lot of these fucking games. Ooh, this is going high. I haven't hit something. Final Fantasy XII is better than Saga Frontier, but not as good as Silent Hill 2. Ever play Def Jam Vendetta? Shockingly, yes, but I don't know if that's gonna go in my top 100. I did play a little bit of Def Jam with my friends growing up, but probably not my top 100 games. Final Fantasy 12. Hold on, I need to go back to that. We're doing the Zodiac Age, because while I've not beaten that version is really fucking good. I like it a lot. I don't guess I need to specify PS4, but whatever, I'm specifying PS4. The Switch version seems fine by all accounts, so... Oh, ooh, does this work on Steam Deck? Does anyone know? Chat? I should download Final Fantasy XII on my Steam Deck. That sounds... Ooh, that sounds fun. Maybe someday. You know what I should probably put on this list? You know what? I'll put Ocarina of Time on this list. If Breath of the Wild was a shorter game, I think it would go on this list. But every time I think about Breath of the Wild, I think about how I feel like the Lionel should be the midpoint of how complicated enemies get in that game, but instead it's the end point. and how that game's map feels like it just runs out of interesting things to show you. It was actually one of the reasons why I loved Elden Ring as much as I did. FF12 is verified for the deck. Ooh, let's fucking go. I should download that on my deck. That sounds like a great time. Where was I? Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild. It feels like it overstays its welcome. That game starts and you play it for hours upon hours and it feels so fucking magical. And then when you start to kind of see how the sausage is made, it kind of lost a lot of its luster for me, but I still think it's a very wonderfully designed game and very, very fun time. One of the better Zelda games, but just not top 100 material. I need to get back to fucking streaming Tears of the Kingdom. Sorry, there's a lot of playthroughs on this channel I need to get back to, everyone. I'm very sorry about that. I should be better about that. Whoops. Yeah, deck does seem like a good way to get through a lot of RPG stuff, honestly. It's just built for that. It's not, but, you know. It makes it much more convenient. Happy coincidence in its design. Other games. Let's see. PS1 games that are also on my shelf. Does Ogre Battle go on here? I don't think so. Ogre Battle's cool, but I don't think it's going on this list. Ape Escape, probably not, but that was a very important game for me as a kid. Not as important as Spyro, though. Tragically, probably not as important as Croc was to me either. But, you know, that's how it goes. Pac-Man World. No. Rugrats Search for Reptar. Probably not. Star Wars The Phantom Menace. Definitely not. You know what might, though? Oh, you know what? Actually, this reminds me. So, what might go on this list? I'd actually say at the bottom of what we have. Star Wars Battlefront 2. Another game me and my friends played a lot of growing up. We had such a fun time playing Battlefront 2. You don't even know. But that also reminds me of Battlefield Bad Company 2. Which was definitely better than COD 4. I would say Bad Company 2 was the greatest shooter of that, like, initial HD era of multiplayer shooters, actually. Not as good as Mirror's Edge. Not as good as Brogue or Street Fighter Alpha 3 or No More Heroes or Ripto's Rage. Definitely not as good as Bomberman Hero or Ocarina of Time. Not as good as Doom. Not as good as Halo 2. This is going lower than I thought it would, actually. Oh, jeez. You know what? I like it better than Dragon Quest VIII. But not as much as Mario 64. I'm putting Battlefield Bad Company 2. Damn, 20 more games. We can do this. Play Tactics Ogre more on deck than PC. That seems like a good game for it, too, actually. As you move away from Tears, you like it less and less. I think that's... oh, geez. My headphone's disconnected. Whoops. There we go. Hopefully that didn't fuck up the audio. I don't think it should, but... The thing with Tears of the Kingdom... So I only got so far into that game. I obviously am not going to make a judgment call about it. I did notice that people seem to... Maybe it's just because it was the second go at it, but, like, it kind of felt like Tears of the Kingdom came and went a little bit with the people that really liked it. Like, Breath of the Wild, I felt like I was seeing clips for like, a long time. Tears of the Kingdom, everyone built their dumb little weird dick and balls robots and, like, kind of posted them for a month, and I kind of felt like I stopped seeing it after a bit. And I don't know if it's just because of who I follow, and, like, FF16 took a bunch of, like, the wind out of that sales, and, like, people started talking about that. Like, other game releases came out, but I don't know. It seems like Tears of the Kingdom didn't really stick in the same way Breath of the Wild did for people. You know what game should go on this list, actually, speaking of PS2 games? Fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists of the Roses. Which I don't actually think, shockingly, is better than Legend of Dragoon, so I guess it's going down here, too. What a weird game. I stand by what I said in that one video review I made of it ages ago. I wish that we had, like, an indie game or something that, like, took the general concept of this game's battle system and just, like, made it into a thing that actually worked and was maybe a little more refined. But that, I don't know. It's a very unique strategy RPG / card game that I can't think of anything that really plays like it still. And that's weird to say about a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh game, I feel. I don't know. It's weird. Okay. What else do we have here? See, the problem is I bet there's N64 games I'm forgetting about, too, because my N64 is one of those... Actually, like, the one childhood system I eventually parted ways with and I sold all my games for in my system and stuff. Mario Power Tennis. Now I'm getting to my GameCube games. Mario Power Tennis. I did play a lot of Mario Power Tennis. That was a very fun game. Let me just look and see if there's anything else I'm missing. Doesn't look like it. Mario Power Tennis. Yeah. I'd say that's better than Kingdom Hearts, but worse than Spyro the Dragon. Oh, you know what? Paper Mario needs to go on this list. I like Paper Mario a lot. This is going to be purely nostalgia. It's been a while since I've revisited this game. Paper Mario is going to be way fucking up here. I like how there's just this blob of childhood Nintendo 64 games here between Aria of Sorrow and Nier that I find very funny. But I do kind of feel like it does go here. I don't know. I'm going to put it above. You know what? Yeah, I'll put it here. Very influential game in getting me into RPGs as a kid, and just games that were a little bit heavier on story as a whole, and appreciating writing and stuff in games too. Paper Mario was very formative for me, I would say. What else? What else? What else? Trying to think of other N64 games I played a lot as a kid, if there's anything else there. You know what? Actually, I should be thinking of more as, like, handheld stuff. Because, like, there's a lot there, but the problem is that, like, a lot of the things, like, I did would be, like... I almost always can feel, like, a console version of the game that, like, I like more, or just, like... It also happens to be a console game as well. Like Final Fantasy V, I played the GBA version of that, but, you know, it's whatever, it's Final Fantasy V. I like Thousand Year Door quite a bit too, but I don't know if it's top 100 for me. Paper Mario Original was purely because of nostalgia, I would say my favorite. Trying to think of Game Boy Advance games, or like... I mean, I guess I had like Original Saga. You know what? Does Final Fantasy Legend 2 go on here? Probably. You know, yeah, actually, fuck that. Yeah, it does. It's better than Banjo-Tooie. Actually, I'm going to specify Game Boy. I don't think Wizardry Tale of the Forsaken Land goes on this list. Looking at my Wii games actually here. Mad World I don't think cracks this. I like Vanquish a lot, but I don't like Vanquish as much as Mad World even. So if Mad World's not topping this, if Mad World's not making the cut, then neither is Vanquish. Does Bayonetta? Bayonetta might. I'll put Bayonetta at the bottom. No, you know what? Fuck that. Bayonetta is better than a lot of these. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Bayonetta's better than a lot of these, actually. Oh, no, I cannot put Bayonetta below Miramasu. What am I doing? Or Shattered Memories. What the fuck am I doing? Bayonetta's a very good game. It's not as good as... Okay, yeah. You know what? Appropriately, I think Bayonetta belongs at 69 right now. Delete row. But you know what's better than Bayonetta? Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition. I don't make the rules. I do, actually. It's my list. But I'm just more of a Devil May Cry guy than I am a Bayonetta guy. This is just the fact of my life and what I like about these style of games. I just think that the tool sets for Devil May Cry characters are more interesting. So Devil May Cry 3 is actually going to be high up here, but not as high as Special Edition. Special Edition's great. You know what? If I'm being honest with myself, I think I do like 3. Do I like Devil May Cry 5 better than 3? The problem is, I like Nero a lot. But Devil May Cry 3 has a lot going for it. I think the level design is a lot stronger than 5's. I think, like, just the overall design and aesthetics of that game, like 5 you spend a lot of time in the Qliphoth, and I think that actually kind of hurts my opinion of it just from a visual perspective. But you do play Devil May Cry for visual reasons too, right? Like, that's a flashy game that you're playing to be flashy and cool, right? But Devil May Cry 3, where do I put? Ooh. You know what, that's... Devil May Cry 3 is better than Silent Hill 2, but not as good as Final Fantasy X. Yeah. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah. I'm fine with this. You know what? Mega Man 2 is not as good as Dark Souls, actually. You know what? Chrono Cross is going up too. Actually, I'm putting... You know what? Bloodborne is better than Mega Man 2. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Mega Man 2 can go here. Let's see, other video games. Other video games. If anyone in chat has any ideas that they'd like to throw out, I am more than open to suggestions. Steel Battalion. I haven't beaten the hard mode campaign for that yet, but Steel Battalion makes a strong impression and is one of the more memorable video game experiences I've had in my life as the dumb mecha fan that also likes dumb, weird, niche video game things. But also, too, playing it is kind of a chore. But also, I kind of respect it for that. I love that game should, for all intents and purposes, be like a dumb theme park ride thing that's easy as hell. That's a very fucking hard game. Like, you really need to get invested in learning Steel Battalion if you want to, like, actually just beat the first few levels even. I have not really played Ace Combat MIDI. That's actually, like, something that I would like to get to soon. I own a bunch of them. I haven't really played them in super great detail. I know I'd probably like them a lot, but just haven't gotten around to them yet. I'm going to say Steel Battalion's better than Banjo-Tooie. Did I spell battalion right? I always spell battalion wrong. Let's see. I'm going to look. Yes, I did. Okay. Wii games. Whew. You know what? Fuck it. I'll put Baroque here. Should I? I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Baroque. Even though I haven't beaten the classic one yet, and I know I'd probably like it more, I'm gonna... Baroque's pretty fucking good. Did I put Baroque down? Let me look. I put Brogue, I know, because I kept looking at it and thinking I put Baroque down. Baroque is better than a lot of these games. Is it better than Dragon Quest 3? Or 8? Oh god, I can't read. Baroque, PS2. Or I guess actually Wii. I just always think of it as PS2 because the aesthetics are very PS2. Let's see. Super Mario Bros. 3 needs to go on this list. That game is... Ooh, you know what needs to go on this list? Fucking 3D World, one of the greatest fucking platformers ever made. That needs to go high. 3D World is better than Hollow Knight. Yeah. Super Mario Bros. 3 is better than a lot of these games, actually. Oh, yeah. Okay, you know what? I'll put it above Paper Mario. No, not 3D World. It auto-completed. No. Here, 3. There we go. World is fine, but, you know. Super Mario Bros. 3. That's the one. You know what other cringe Nintendo 64 game meant a lot to me as a kid? Fucking Yoshi's Story. That's not going on here, but I played a lot of Yoshi's Story growing up. Anything else on my shelf that's sticking out to me? You know what? Does Demon's Souls go on here? Probably not. I've dated... I don't know if I've said this before. I've dated a shocking amount of women whose favorite Souls game was Demon's Souls, and I don't know why. Apparently I have a type and I don't know it. But there's, like... Retroactive, actually, for one, because one of them was someone I dated kind of, sort of, when we were, like, kids, but that was just because we were young and stupid and didn't understand how to be friends as a boy and a girl. So we said we were dating for, like, 2 weeks. Very embarrassing story. Not really, it was funny, but we call each other exes, but it was, like, a dumb kid thing. It doesn't really count. But her favorite game was Demon's Souls, I learned at some point. But then also, the past few years, I've dated two different women who really fucking love Demon's Souls. There's just a weird, bizarre coincidence that keeps happening in my life. What else? What else? What else? Fuck, there's gotta be more. I feel like if I was less tired, this would come easier to me. Here, let me look on my phone again. Actually, are there any phone games? No. No, there aren't any phone games. That would make me consider otherwise. Do I have Earthbound at 2? Because I should. Yes, I do. Okay. Earthbound Beginnings, aka Mother 1, probably not making the list. Final Fantasy VII should be on here, though. Oh yeah, that's better than a lot of these games. It's better than Wizardry. Better than Crusader Kings 2. Better than Cataclysm. Better than Perfect Dark. Better than that. Better than that. Better than... Final Fantasy VII is definitely better than Paper Mario. Better than... What did I have? Final Fantasy 12. There it is. Do I like 7 more than 12? Probably. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I don't like it as much as 10, though. I do like it more than both Devil May Cry 3 and Silent Hill 2. Kirby Superstar Ultra actually should go on this list. That's a phenomenal platformer. Let's see. Where would I put that? Because I don't like it as much as Crystal Shards. I don't think I like it as much as these. I do like it more than Sands of Time, though. Yeah. I guess I don't need to specify DS because that's the only one it was for. I'm like getting really weird and like psyched out by these 3 childhood classic N64 games being all in a row. And like that feels wrong, but like I keep trying to break them up and even trying intentionally. I'm like, no, this feels like a good solid, like, yeah, like 42 to 44, like back to back. I kind of view them the same quality wise, but like I know deep down that's probably just because these are all games from a very similar period of like childhood, like formative memory for me. So it's hard for me to separate them, even though I know I probably should. It's weird. But like I'm trying to think, what's a game I would like more than Star Fox 64 but less than Kirby 64, and I'm like, I don't fucking know. Fuck. I wish I had more ROMs on this computer, because I would be looking for more games from that. You know what, actually? I'm just gonna go on Game FAQs and start thinking, like, I'm just gonna look at, like, the NES fucking, like, Super Nintendo, stuff like that. Let's see. What are games I'm missing here? Do I want to include an Ultima? Probably not. Oh, fucking... No, it should go on this list. Fallout New Vegas is... Ooh, you know what? New Vegas, I feel like, would have been much higher up on my list a few years back. But I don't think it's as high as it once was. What? You know what? No, Modern Warfare does belong above Deus Ex Human Revolution. This is correct. You know what? I'm putting Fallout New Vegas here. I'm an Obsidian head at heart, and when I think of, like, Obsidian games, New Vegas comes to mind. What else? What else? I only need 7 more. NES games I like a lot. Let me think. Nothing really coming to mind. I guess I could put, like, Kirby's Adventure, but I feel like that'd be kind of pushing it. Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy 3 I do like a lot, but I don't think I like is enough to put on this top 100. Super Nintendo. Let's see. No. Don't think there's anything here that I'd really, like, feel adamant about putting up. What else? Yeah, I'm struggling. Which I'm surprised by. I thought I'd actually have a much harder time. DS. There's got to be more games on the DS I'm not thinking of. Oh, fuck. Fucking Final Fantasy Tactics and all those games. Final Fantasy Tactics definitely is going to go high up. Specifically War of the Lions. Okay, I need to decide this based off of what Final Fantasies I like. You know what? Okay, this works because I definitely like Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions more than 7, but not as much as 10. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say so. Tactics Advanced and A2, I like them. I don't know if they're top 100, like, though, if that makes sense. I need to put more Armored Core on here. I think Master of Arena is a phenomenal game. But I don't... Ooh, but I might like 6 more. Ooh. You know what? I'm gonna... Despite not having finished 6, I'm gonna put Armored Core 6 pretty high up. Fuck, you know what? I should stream more Armored Core 6 tomorrow. Actually, I should get back to that. Ooh. Armored Core 6 is better than Dragon Quest V, but not as good as Final Fantasy V. This is just true. Let's see. No Final Fantasy 2. Final Fantasy 2, I feel weird about because I respect it a lot for what it's doing, but I think my problem is that, like, I am the one Saga fan who actually doesn't care much for Final Fantasy 2, despite that, like, that game kind of becoming the basis for Saga. I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's a very cool story, especially 2. I like Final Fantasy 3's story more. I think 2 has a really good villain for a RPG of its era, but also there's something about the Final Fantasy 3 wizard, Zand, I believe is how you pronounce his name, paralyzing the world in time because he's terrified of aging and dying, that I just find really fascinating for a villain plot, compared to the Emperor, who is cool and sinister, but I don't think is as cool as some people do, I guess. I would put it that way. That final dungeon where you go to hell, though, is fucking cool. That's awesome. I have not given the World Ends... So I hate to use this language. The World Ends With You kind of filtered me out a little bit. I struggle really hard with getting into that game, and I've given it a couple different shots across various versions, and, like, I think the DS is just the way to go on that. I think it's actually kind of weird they tried to make it work single screen. I don't think that's not how you should play that game. But that being said, every time I play The World Ends With You, I end up feeling like I'm too fucking stupid to play The World Ends With You. There's, like, I'll force myself to beat that first game one day. I have a DS copy of it still. But I have a sneaking suspicion I'll like the sequel more just because, like, I think it has all of the style I would want out of a game like that. But the combat system will just be something that I gel with more. But, yeah. Yeah, the Final Fantasy III, great. Also, Eternal Wind, one of the greatest overworld themes. You know what? Final Fantasy III needs to go on this list. Does it? How much Final Fantasy do we have? 7? Yeah, I think we're maxed out on Final Fantasy. That's about as many as I'm willing to go. Yeah. Not willing to go more than that. I will say, The World Ends With You is probably a game I've listened to the soundtrack way more than I've actually played, and I still feel pretty good about that, because that soundtrack it's a good-ass soundtrack. But yeah. You know what? Shin Megami Tensei 4 goes on this list. I have problems with that game. I think every SMT fan does. But the reason you're sitting here watching me make a stupid list of my top 100 video games of all time, and the reason I have my entire circle of best friends right now, who I have met up with in real life multiple times this year for the first time after being friends online for 10 years, is because of Shin Megami Tensei 4 and its push for me like, how SMT4 pushed me to interact with people online in the way that I do now. Very influential in my life, and even maybe this is definitely a game that even beyond, like, even more so than some of the games I have on here, mostly for nostalgic reasons. Like, SMT4 is a game that I'll put it. You know what? It's better than Final Fantasy X, but it's not as good as Dragon Quest V. I'll put Shin Megami Tensei 4 right here. You know what? That's not true. Final Fantasy X is a better game, but it's definitely fucking better than Tactics. SMT4 changed my life in, like, a fundamental way. And, like I said, like, it introduced me to people who I would consider lifelong friends. SMT4 reviews the first video of mine that I saw. Oh no, that's so embarrassing. Although I think I took all of those old reviews down, or I made them unlisted. I think you can still access them through my playlist, but, like, please don't. They're so embarrassing. Oh my God. Whenever I think of my old videos, I die on the inside. But, you know, stepping stones. We all have to start somewhere and have our dumb little internet opinions and creative outlets, even when we're young and stupid, right? So, no, like, okay, this might be getting a little too weirdly parasocial and, like, uncomfortably sincerely emotional for a dumb top 100 games list stream. SMT4 arguably, in a very roundabout way because of who it introduced me to in my life, maybe saved my life, which is a very sad thing to admit, but, like, I met some very wonderful and caring people through this game, and that will forever be, like, hard for me to, like, uncouple from the memories of playing that game. And honestly, also too, like, you know, SMT4 I got my gripes with. I think I forgive it for going back to Law, Neutral, and Chaos because it is like SMT4. What I feel like a lot of people don't understand is it is the Final Fantasy IX of Shin Megami Tensei. But like, the Law and Chaos routes are kind of lacking. There's some cool stuff there. I like that Demiurge fight a lot in the one route, but like, they're not great. I kind of feel like 4 is the only one I kind of let get away with doing alignment stuff again after Nocturne. Like, I feel like Nocturne's entire point in a way was like, the alignment stuff is stupid. You need to just start caring about like actually changing the world and not these dumb little like fake fantasy ideologies in a way almost. And then SMT proceeded to not do that. I guess the Devil Survivor games did kind of some interesting stuff with it, but like, I think Nocturne and Digital Devil Saga started to pivot the series in a direction that it then immediately did not go down, and I wish that they maybe went that direction more. But, yeah, I'd say Shin Megami Tensei 4 is a 31. How many Mega 10 games do we have on here? Nocturne, 4, 1, and then 5 because we have Digital Devil Saga 2, and then also Record Breaker. So you know what? If we got 7 Final Fantasies and 5 Mega 10s, that's fine. That's fair. Gimmick probably goes on this list. Gimmick is just fun. It's a cozy little platformer. Gimmick is really good, actually. Like, better than Dragon Quest 8 good, but maybe not as good as... Oh, you know what? No, fuck it. No, that's a lie. Gimmick... You know what? Gimmick is better than... Is Metal Gear Rising really better than Doom? What am I doing? No. Let's fix that. Doom is nowhere near as good as Ocarina of Time, though. This is just a fact. But you know what I think comfortably fits between Ocarina of Time and Gimmick? Or, sorry, and Doom? No, Gimmick is better than Ocarina of Time. Listen, hold on. Let me just pull up my boy here for a second. Is it not? Oh, it's not letting me put him on. Open a new tab. There we go. Maybe now? Yeah, look at him. Look at him. Look at that guy. You can't argue with that. It's fucking Yumitaro. Oh, I can't keep doing this. One day I'll actually learn how OBS properly works. Open image, a new tab. Yeah, look at that guy. He's just a little friend. Anyways, I can delete these now. Remove. Okay, anyways, enough of that. Perfect creature, indeed. I feel like Master of Arena should go on here. Because I really fucking like Master of Arena. And yes, I did just think of this because a Master of Arena song started playing. Master of Arena's really good. Like, better than... Oh, it's better than No More Heroes, that's for goddamn sure. Master of Arena's better than a lot of these. I think Master of Arena is better than Spyro 3 Year of the Dragon and Shadow of the Colossus, but not as good as Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. What a fucking amazing game. Master of Arena is such a treat. I love that game. 2 more. 2 more. I gotta think long and hard about this. I think I have all the Dragon Quests I want. I think I have all the sagas I want. I think I have all the Final Fantasies I want. I'm trying to think, are there like other games I have like a shockingly weird, complex degree of opinion on? Because sometimes I do have those. But I don't know... You know, if I'm being honest with myself, I don't think I like Banjo-Tooie as much as any of these games that I have listed here. Delete that row. Did I keep going back to, like, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle? I'm like, is it even this high up? But then I think about the Chow Garden, and I'm like, it's not high enough. But I don't think Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is better than Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Nor do I think it's better than LSD, the Dream Emulator. Let's see. Is Disco Elysium on here? If I had beaten it, it probably would have been, but I have not yet beaten it. You know what's better than a lot of these, actually? Planescape Torment. Yeah, it's fucking better than New Vegas, that's for sure. It's better than Doom. Planescape Torment's a hell of a game. Ooh, that's gonna... Ooh, this might go up. It's better than Transistor, not as good as Saga. Yeah, you know, Yeah, I know. It is a crime I did not beat Disco Elysium. I am sorry. I should get back to it. So, you know what actually the problem is that when I was deep into my playthrough, the director's cut came out, and I was like, well, I should just fucking restart it, and that was stupid. I should have just beaten it. Is this right? You know what? I'll put it here for now. We can revisit this. Planescape is a game I would like to go back to and replay and reappraise for myself. But I don't know how I feel about it right now. You know what actually should go on here somewhere? Fucking Pillars of Eternity. I think this is gonna get the fucking boot as soon as I actually ever, like, one day beat Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. But for now, Pillars of Eternity is, like, my one big, like... Oh, yeah, like, Baldur's Gate style CRPG thing. I mean, aside... Planescape I consider its own separate thing. But, I like Pillars of Eternity quite a bit. I would even say... I don't like it more than Vagrant Story. What am I? I don't... It's better than No More Heroes. And you know what? Just for good measure, because we have officially hit 100 games. In fact, I'm going to scroll through so we can take a look at it. Baldur's Gate 1 scaring you is completely valid. Okay. Some of you may be watching this. I actually don't remember because I don't keep a track of who comments things, obviously, all the time. But, you know, people find me from, like, playing RPGs and stuff, right? And naturally, there's a lot of the times they're like, hey, there's this other game I'm interested in. I would really love to watch a playthrough of you doing this one. You would be shocked at the amount of people I've had through the years request specifically Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. And it makes sense, especially because, like, when they see, like, I'm a tabletop RPG guy, they're just like, oh, this fucking guy must fucking love him. But, like, Baldur's Gate is even hard for me to get into. But, like, I get a lot of playthrough requests for Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Yeah, it does. It does. It's very on brand for me. Who knows? Maybe someday when I beat it, if I like it enough. But yeah, they are hard-ass dense games. That is true. Oh god. Oh, you know what's not on this fucking list? God Hand. Beautiful Joe. Yeah, fuck off, Banjo-Tooie. Fuck off, Battlefront 2. You're not... No. No. God Hand. God Hand. God Hand is... God Hand. You know what? Third Strike is better than Shin Megami Tensei. What the fuck am I smoking? God Hand is... You know what? Third Strike is better than Transistor, actually. Welcome to this part of the stream where I just start reorganizing my list. I'm gonna say God Hand is better than Third Strike, but not as good as Saga Frontier. Beautiful Joe. Beautiful Joe's okay. But it's not, like, I liked it a lot. Like, I played a lot of Beautiful Joe, actually, at the time when it came out. Beautiful Joe's better than Spyro the Dragon. Better than Miramasa. Better than Shattered Memories. Better than Human Revolution. Better than Sonic 2. Is Beautiful Joe better than Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare? Yes. Is it better than LSD the Dream Emulator? Yes. Is it better than Baroque? Yeah. Yeah, it is. There we go. Put Street Fighter 6 on your top 100 before it came out. Love the betas that much. Yeah, Street Fighter 6 is damn good time. I'm curious. So fighting games evolve over time, of course. Depending on how Street Fighter 6 goes, it might be an all-time fighting game for me. I've been very happy with Street Fighter 6 in comparison to Street Fighter 5. I jump ship from Street Fighter 5 fast. I'm still playing 6. I'm at Platinum rank with Cammy, having a damn good time. I mean, it helps, too, that I'm, like, going to tournaments and shit now. Like, I'm going to go to a Street Fighter 6 tournament and participate in January. I'm really looking forward to it. It feels really cool. It feels really good being on, like, the ground floor for that. Fuck. There's part of me that's like, why isn't Soul Hackers on this list? I should have put Soul Hackers somewhere on here, maybe, but I didn't. Oh, fuck. You know what? Game Boy Advance game that is good and should be on this list and is better than Spyro at the very least. Okay, so here's the problem, is that anything else I add, I have to remove Duelists of the Roses. But you know what? That's a flawed game, and that's fine. It's special, but not special enough. But I would say Fire Emblem Sacred Stones gets to go on this list. One Fire Emblem game I have a lot of fondness for. I feel like I would really like Three Houses like a lot if I gave it a go. I almost dated a Fire Emblem girl this year. That was the story, but we went on a date and decided that, well, I decided it wasn't gonna work. Oh no, Devil Survivor 2 wacky. Oh, this is just a Devil Survivor 2 smorgasbord. Yo, let's play some Bomberman. No, but I went on a date with someone who's really into Fire Emblem and actually had a spare copy of this Engage edition, and I ended up buying it off of her for a discount, so that was cool. I haven't played Engage yet, but oh fuck, you know what should be on this list and isn't? Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 is a good-ass video game. Better than Beautiful Joe, better than... Oh, it's better than a lot of these games. Better than a lot of these games. You know what? Resident Evil 2 is better than Doom, but not as good as Ocarina of... No. It's better than Ocarina of Time. Not as good as Gimmick, though. You know what? I'm thinking about it. Gimmick is better than Bomberman Hero. What am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah. Bye, Legend of Dragoon. See, I wish I liked Persona 1 and 2 more. It's just, like, I can't... Persona 1 and 2 are games that, like... I just don't like the act of playing them, but I love everything about the mood and, like, story and writing. And the soundtracks. Like, even across multiple versions. But, like, the actual, like, dungeon-crawling RPG part of Persona 1 and 2, I'm just like, eh. But Soul Hackers I like a lot. And I'm sure if I had the chance to play, like, Devil Summoner 1 in English, I would probably like that game a lot, too. But... Yeah, I'm the same Digital Devil girl. Fire Emblem, so, like, I hate to be this guy, but I genuinely think that playing Final Fantasy Tactics as young as I did fucked me over in liking Fire Emblem to the degree that Fire Emblem people do. Like, I'm just more of a FF Tactics guy. I don't know. Fire Emblem's, like, okay, but I've played a fair chunk of the series, and I just never felt like I really got a good grasp on it in terms of, like, appreciating what it's doing gameplay-wise. Yeah, P2 is a little rough to play, but that story, fucking good. I'm gonna actually BRB. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. So I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna do a little bit of reordering, and I might pull up some other lists to, like, explore and see if there's anything else I want to, like, you know, put on here. Let's do like a deep blue. That's fine. Let's yeah. I like how for like years now I've been like, oh, I should make a new Be Right Back screen. I've just never done that. I don't stream often enough to do that. Fire Emblem is the only series where the fan base has negatively affected my perception of the series. That is a very funny series to think that for, but I totally understand, Leon. That is extremely funny. I understand completely. Anyways, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I am back. Friends. This is Fire Emblem Discourse that made you delete your first Twitter. Digital Devil Girl, were we mutuals? I forgot on Twitter. I don't remember anymore. It's hard to keep track. Let's see. Okay, so anyways, while I was BRBing, I should get the BRB off the screen. Let's delete that. Okay, so while I was pooping, I started thinking, as you know, people do. And I made a list of other games, and then also I took inspiration. I was just like, let me just look up lists of important games just to make sure there's anything, like, see if I want to cover my bases. So I made a list, and actually I just thought of another one. Let me put that there. So, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. Oh yeah, you were E-Girl Hooters. Yeah. Do you want a Blue Sky code? I have a couple still. So if you want to jump ship, if you don't, I understand. But I can shoot one of those your way if you want a Blue Sky. Let's see. Fuck. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 needs to be on here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But where is the question? You know what? This might be what breaks up the trifecta, because I do think that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater... You know what? Deep down, I don't think Kirby 64 is as good as Star Fox 64. That's just the facts. Let's see. We gotta think long and hard about this. You know what? Actually, Kirby 64 is better than Star Fox 64. I lied. But, you know what's better than Star Fox 64, but not as good as Kirby 64, is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. Tonk? No, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2. Yeah, no, that's extremely fair. Honestly, I wish that were me, but such is life. What do we have to kick off the list because of this? Steel Battalion. Ooh, that feels bad. You know what? I'm gonna do some reordering. Spyro the Dragon and Mario Power Tennis can go. I'm moving these three up. So there's that first one. Let's see. Okay. Feel like if you asked me even like a couple years ago, Morrowind would be somewhere on this list. I think I've just accepted. I don't actually care all that much about Bethesda games. They're not. I just don't think they're that interesting. I don't care about how wide your lake is, if it's ankle deep, and I just whatever. Even Morrowind, which is I think Elder Scrolls like at some of its most interesting. There's nothing for me to latch onto that I like actually really give a fuck about. I don't think any Elder Scrolls game or like any game of that like greater Bethesda ilk is gonna make it here, with the exception of New Vegas, and that's because Obsidian knows how to make games I care about. So that's how that one goes. Okay, so that's 2. Here, I'm gonna start. Is there like an easy way for me to just use the checklist emoji on your check? Oh, I have to pull it back up every time, huh? That's annoying. I'll just mark it with an A, a capital A. Dishonored 1 should be on this list. I should also beat Dishonored 2 and play Death of the Outsider. And the Dishonored DLCs. I only played Dishonored 1 back when it came out on PS3, and I've never really, like... I liked Dishonored 2, actually, when I played of it, but I didn't beat it. Dishonored is really fucking fun. In fact, I'd say it's... Is Dwarf Fortress on here twice? Hold on. No, it's not. Okay. I do like Dishonored more than Dwarf Fortress, but probably not as much as Resident Evil. Yeah, Dishonored can go here. Okay, and then we're at 100 again. Okay, a few more games. I don't think Dead Space makes the list, but that kind of pains me. But I have Resident Evil and Silent Hill on here. Why do I need Dead Space on here? You know? That's just how I feel about it. Crysis? I feel like there's an alternate world where I put Crysis 1 on this list. That game kind of sucks as soon as the aliens show up, though. So that's not going to make it. But the parts where you're just, like, sneaking around as an exosuit guy, really fucking cool. It's a fun time. FTL Faster Than Light. I never got super deep into, and I feel like if I went back and played that, I'd have a really good time with it, but not my jam in terms of like top 100. Katamari Damacy. Ooh. You know what? I'm making some executive decisions again. I think Kingdom Hearts can fuck off, and I'm putting Katamari here. Sorry, Chain of Memories. It had to be this way. Super Monkey Ball I don't think makes the list, but, you know. Super Monkey Ball is a fun fucking time. That meme that was going on there for a while where people were saying Super Monkey Ball was better than SMT5 was one of the greatest goddamn things that happened on Twitter for a bit there. I'm very happy that meme took off. Oregon Trail is a game I played a lot of, actually, surprisingly, throughout the years, but, like, I don't think it's top 100. Uninvited for the NES. If I had to choose like a point-and-click adventure game that I care about, it would be this one. I don't know if it cracks the top 100. I'm not much of a point-and-click adventure person. I wish I was more of a point-and-click adventure game person. I also wish I was more of a visual novel person. But I don't think they're cracking the top 100. Let's see. Contra. Actually, a lot of these here. Contra, Ninja Gaiden, Metal Storm, Shatterhand. Of those games, I do think Metal Storm deserves to be somewhere on this list. But I don't know where. Okay, let's just close my eyes and pick a random spot. Do I like Metal Storm more than Alpha 3? Fuck no. Let's go down. Do I like Metal Storm more than Doom? Probably, actually. But I don't think I like it more than Ocarina of Time, or Resident Evil 2, or Bound Remain here, or Gimmick. Yeah, and also I want to... Metal Storm is the game I'm thinking of, right? For some reason... Metal Storm NES. Yes. Okay, for some reason I was like, do I have the name of this wrong? But no. Metal Storm, I think, goes at 81. Very fun game. That means I have to kick off Steel Battalion. Kicking off Steel Battalion feels wrong. But I do like all these games more, I think. I guess we have to make sacrifices somewhere, but... I guess I'm fun kicking off Steel Battalion, sorry. Well, okay. I think we have a list, everyone. Oh my god, wow. Okay, so let's take a look. So my top 10 games ever. Mother 3, Earthbound, Nier Replicant. These three I kind of knew going in. Same with Final Fantasy IX. Historically, you know what, actually, yeah. Historically, I've listed, like, these top 5, and I don't actually think this has changed. The more I think about it, I do think I like Majora's Mask more than Resident Evil 4. Tactics Ogre, this might be some degree of recency bias due to the re-release making me think of Tactics Ogre a lot more, but every time I revisit Tactics Ogre to think about Tactics Ogre in my head, I'm just like, what are other games doing? Why isn't everything more like Tactics Ogre? I like Tactics Ogre a fucking lot. Metal Gear Solid 2. I used to be a 3-person more, but I think 2 is probably the peak of that series. I love the visuals. I love the overall art direction. Soundtrack is phenomenal. I love Raiden as a character. I love how weird and meta the plot gets, and how much of it is a response to both video games at where they were in culture at the time, and also the reception of Metal Gear Solid 1. I think 2 is just brilliant. Some of the best of Kojima's work. Actually, probably the best of his work overall. Armored Core 4 Answer, totally fine with that being at 9. Just simply the greatest mech game ever made, only, rivaled by Second Runner Mars and Mban. And depending on the day, I might swap around Zone of the Enders and Mban. Mban I kind of like... Not, like, I'm a Gundam guy, I'm a mecha guy, but I actually honestly mostly just like Mban because it's a fucking fun fighting, like, 3D arena game that plays very uniquely, but, like, it's so good at the type of gameplay that it's going for. And I wish it was more popular in the States, and there was a little bit more of a wider appreciation for its multiplayer scene, because Mban fucking rules. It's an incredible game. Romancing Saga Minstrel Song being at 12 is fine. Elden Ring being at 13 is fine. I'm sorry, Red. Second Runner Mars, 14 is fine. Link's Awakening DX, fine. Metal Gear Solid 3, fine. DDS2 and SMT 3 Nocturne, fine. Kirby's Air Ride. Is Kirby's Air Ride this? I really like Kirby's Air Ride. But I don't think I like it as much as Mega Man X4. We're gonna swap these two. Okay. Starting from the top 20. Mother 3, Earthbound, Nier Replicant, Final Fantasy 9, Majora's Mask, Resident Evil 4, Tactics Ogre, Metal Gear Solid 2, Armored Core 4 Answer, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, also Gundam Extreme vs. Max Boost On, Romancing Saga Minstrel Song, Elden Ring, Some of the Other Second Runner Mars, Link's Awakening, Metal Gear Solid 3, Digital Devil Saga 2, Nocturne, Mega Man X4, Kirby's Air Ride, Dark Souls, yep, Chrono Cross, Bloodborne, Mega Man 2, Devil Survivor 2, Devil May Cry 4, Final Fantasy 5. You know what? I don't like Devil Survivor 2 as much as DMC 4 or Final Fantasy 5. It meant a lot to me at a period of time in my life, but I don't think that's the case anymore. Yeah, this is more correct. I keep thinking, like, should Kirby's Air Ride be this high? But, like, I think about it and I'm like, yeah, it fucking should be. um, Armored Core 6, I feel kind of weird putting it this high because I haven't beaten it yet, but, like, it's fucking good. They'd have to really fuck up the ending for me to not, like, endings 2 and 3 for me to not like it. And I know that's, like, 2/3 of the endings of the game, but, like, that first playthrough was really strong. And I just like that game a lot. Dragon Quest V, sure. Final Fantasy X, sure. SMT4, yeah. Ooh, I'm starting to doubt myself in this category, actually. Um, Ooh, oh, you know what's... yeah, this is hard. I think that Dragon Quest V is not as good as Final Fantasy X or Shin Megami Tensei 4. Yeah. I just like I'm looking at these and both of these I have very deep like emotional like attachments to that I just do not for like Dragon Quest V or Tactics. Planescape Torment. Yeah, that's better than Final Fantasy VII. Devil May Cry 3. I really should replay Planescape. I'm curious how I'd feel about it now as a much older and wiser person. At least I hope wiser. Yeah. Let's see. Let's play some Melty Blood music. There we go. Final Fantasy VII, Devil May Cry 3, Silent Hill 2, Zodiac Age. These are fine. Saga Frontier, God Hand, Third Strike, Transistor. Yeah. Like, I almost feel like I should have more Saga games on here, but then I think, I'm like, no, I got the big three. Scarlet Grace would probably kick off, like, Saga Grace would... Scarlet Grace would probably be somewhere higher up here, though, and Saga 2 would probably finally get kicked off, but, you know. No, I'm fine with this. I'm content. I think this is a good list. You're just giving it one more look. You know what? Super Mario Bros. 3 is definitely better than Nier Automata. Though. No, you know what? No, it's not. No, it's not. I changed my mind again. I changed my mind again. I don't think I'm going to specify, like, PS4, whatever. I don't think it actually matters all that much. I'll just say remake. Dishonored, Dwarf Fortress, Kirby Superstar Ultra, Sands of Time, Soul Calibur 2, Dragon Quest 7. Ooh, I feel weird about Melty Blood being that low. No, Melty Blood should be that low. I think I'm being persuaded because of the song playing in the background. See, like, I keep having these games where, like, they're in similar clusters to each other, but, like, I don't know, maybe that's just how my brain works, and I should just lean into that and accept that for what it is. Yeah. That was a fucking list if I've ever seen one, I think. Yeah, I'm fine with this. This is fine. We're good. We're good. Whew. Ah, all right. I'm gonna post this on social media. Let's see. Anyone with the link, and I'll tweet that out later. But yeah, thank you all. Thank you all for watching and indulging me as I went through this, because you know, people in the Abnormal Mapping Discord were going through and making top 100s, and the two hosts were for their Patreon podcast, and I was like, yeah, I'll join in on the fun, but I was like, why not stream it? So here I am, and it was a good time. It was worth it. This was a fun exercise. I'm sure I'm gonna immediately regret this, like, tomorrow after I sleep a little bit, and I'm gonna be like, oh, how the fuck did I forget this? But whatever. We can't all, you know, sometimes you just gotta go from the heart and just do whatever. Spontaneously. That's the word I'm looking for. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Have a good night, everyone. Goodbye.